actually, and the Honorable LG, under the able leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, made a historic announcement. If you remember, mutation was such a problem in Delhi, especially in Delhi's rural villages. People would pass on, and if you could say, if a father passed away, then the son could not actually inherit the land because mutation was actually stalled. Today, that order has already been passed by the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. From Friday onwards, camps are going to be actually set up where people can come and mutate their lands. This has been such a long pending demand of Delhi. Now, second example I'll give you. 960 crore rupees were actually lying with the Aam Aadmi Party Delhi government. It was the Honorable LG who had to ensure that that money was actually transferred to the DDA for the Delhi Gram Uday Abhiyan, where development of Delhi's rural villages could take place. And all of this has happened today. 523 crore rupees worth of money has been sanctioned today by the LG to ensure that development work is undertaken in Delhi's villages. 41 projects were, the foundation stone was laid down, 7 projects were inaugurated, and all of this happened today. Now, coming back to your question, you said that the Aam Aadmi Party has a plan. Very respectfully, I'll tell you, it's a failed plan. This is a plan where Honorable Shri Arvind Kejriwal ji went amongst the people and campaigned during the Lok Sabha elections as well. If you remember, Jail Ka Jawab vote was Kejriwal ji's campaign. But on 4th of June, in the People's Court, the Janata of Delhi has already given a verdict against Kejriwal ji. If you remember, on all 7 seats, the people of Delhi have actually chosen the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Absolutely.
And not Mr. Kejriwal.
Yes. So my last question then is that you have been trying really hard in the last 10 years to win in the People's Court during assembly elections. And of course, during the Lok Sabha, it's a different story completely. In the assembly elections, does the BJP really need a face now? It lacks that face who should be leading Delhi, who will be synonymous with BJP in this, Union Territory of Delhi.
I disagree with you. There is no dearth of talent in my party. Each and every Karyakarta of the Bharatiya Janata Party is capable of becoming the CM face and leading Bharatiya Janata Party to victory in Delhi. But I must say, due credit to the people of Delhi, they now see through the shenanigans of Arvind Kejriwal ji as well as the Aam Aadmi Party. There is a whole sense of anti-incumbency which is prevalent amongst the people of Delhi, because Delhiites realize that things like I said, water, sewage, electricity, drainage, roads, all these basic amenities which the Aam Aadmi Party Sarkar was duty bound to provide to Delhiites, they have not done so. And you will see the upcoming elections will be a very different story, and the Aam Aadmi Party will be ousted from Delhi.
All right, Bansuri Swaraj, pleasure speaking to you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time here on NDTV, particularly today when a new Chief Minister of Delhi has been announced. So what all happened today? Let's do a quick recap for our viewers.
Delhi's upheaval complete. Arvind Kejriwal handing over his resignation to the Delhi LG, the Lieutenant Governor, and the Chief Minister baton to Atishi Marlena.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने जो फैसला लिया, शायद ही इस देश के इतिहास में, मैं कहूंगी इस दुनिया के लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास में किसी नेता ने लिया होगा। पूरी दिल्ली में लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के इस्तीफे से दुखी हैं, लेकिन साथ ही दिल्ली के लोग इस बात का प्रण ले रहे हैं कि आने वाले चुनाव में वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को फिर से मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं। लेकिन तब तक, जब तक चुनाव नहीं होता, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भरोसा कर मुझ पे ये जिम्मेदारी दी है।
As promised, shortly after 4 p.m., the outgoing Chief Minister headed to the Lieutenant Governor's Secretariat to resign. The entire Delhi cabinet accompanied him in a second car.
हमने आम आदमी पार्टी के विधानमंडल दल का जो फैसला है, पार्टी की तरफ से उप राज्यपाल जी को सूचित किया है और साथ ही साथ हमारे विधायक दल की नेता आतिशी जी की तरफ से जल्द सरकार बनाने के लिए दावेदारी प्रस्तुत की गई है। हमने उपराज्यपाल महोदय से निवेदन किया है कि जल्द से जल्द शपथ की तारीख सुनिश्चित की जाए, जिससे कि दिल्ली के अंदर दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोगों के लिए जो काम है उस काम को आगे बढ़ाया जा सके।
Mr. Kejriwal's exit was as dramatic as his entry. He drove out alone. The Chief Minister designate Atishi was flanked by the Delhi cabinet.
BJP was quick to slam what it called the Aam Aadmi Party's Chief Minister chain sham, even targeting Atishi's work while handling multiple portfolios.
मजबूरी में बनाया गया मुख्यमंत्री हैं ये, और आम आदमी पार्टी का जो भ्रष्टाचार है, जिस आम आदमी पार्टी ने दिल्ली की जनता को लूटने का काम किया है, उस मंत्रिमंडल का खुद हिस्सा रहे हैं आतिशी। पीडब्ल्यूडी विभाग इनके पास था। दिल्ली की सड़कों की हालत देखिए।
दिल्ली का जो नुकसान कर दिया है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, वो किसी इस्तीफा और 2.5-3 महीने के मुख्यमंत्री से उसकी भरपाई नहीं होने वाली है। और आतिशी जी खुद ही वातिशी मार लेना है, वो अर्बन नक्सली विचारधारा का समर्थक हैं।
Earlier on Tuesday, at the meeting of Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, party leader Dilip Pandey proposed that Arvind Kejriwal decide on the chief ministerial face. When the Aam Aadmi Party's national convener proposed Atishi's name, all Aam Aadmi Party MLAs stood up and elected Atishi the leader of the legislature party.
First, it was Arvind Kejriwal who tendered his resignation, and a letter of support was later submitted by Atishi to Lieutenant Governor. Now, it depends on Lieutenant Governor that how soon he calls Atishi to take oath as the next Chief Minister of Delhi.
So now let me bring Mr. Sandeep Pathak, Rajya Sabha MP of the Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Pathak, certainly this appears to be some kind of gamble, but is that what really is the reading of the Aam Aadmi Party? And I also want to understand, does it also indicate that Mr. Kejriwal doesn't really trust too many people?
No, it's not like that. See, it's very simple. That the Bharatiya Janata Party came with an agenda, and the agenda was that they'll put Arvind Kejriwal behind the bar and then break down, disintegrate the party, and then they would attempt to form the Bharatiya Janata Party government here, right? That was their plan. Now what has happened, Aam Aadmi Party has managed to diffuse their entire sinister plan. Now, one, that Arvind Kejriwal is out; two, that the Aam Aadmi Party is still integrated and kicking, growing day by day; and third, that their agenda of some sort of trying to bring back Bharatiya Janata Party government is not happening in near future. Therefore, they are frustrated. Arvind Kejriwal has repeatedly clarified two things. One, he did not resign when he was in jail primarily because he wanted to protect the constitution of this country. If any dictator comes and then put you behind the bar and try to disrespect the constitution, democratic fabric, then you simply do not surrender. You should not surrender. So by not resigning, Arvind Kejriwal has actually shown the path to the rest of the other chief ministers who could have found themselves in a similar situation in future. Second, after coming out from the jail, he resigned. Because for any honest person, this kind of allegation and this kind of blame is very difficult to digest and move along with that. Therefore, he resigned. Now, he is saying very simple thing, that I would go to the people of Delhi and then I would seek mandate from them, fresh mandate. And if they feel that Arvind Kejriwal is honest, then they would bring me back. If they don't feel so, then I would not take up the chief ministership. It is as simple as that.
Okay. So tell me why and what is giving the Aam Aadmi Party that confidence that if Delhi goes to polls in the next 6 months, then it will be a different story for the Aam Aadmi Party, that you will return to power?
I'll tell you one simple thing. Bharatiya Janata Party would never cross more than 30 to 35%. It has never crossed in Vidhan Sabha election in Delhi, 30 to 35%. With this 30 to 35%, they have been reduced to single digits. This time, what is going to happen is this vote share will be further shrink to less than 30%. And this will bring the Bharatiya Janata Party to zero situation. Number one. Number two, see, people are very very, I would say, very smart and intelligent these days. They understand any sinister plan and dirty tricks. So BJP has been trying to stall all the projects. BJP has been trying to stop all the work that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to do. So people are very aware about the fact they would boot them out. That is why we are confident. We are confident because Kejriwal has done a lot of good work. We are confident because people love Kejriwal and they have a heart-to-heart connection. Bharatiya Janata Party should worry this time.
Okay.
It is not the state where they can experiment and get away without being harmed. They will not be gotten away so simply from Delhi. They will have to pay heavy price for it.
Mr. Pathak, my last question to you, that BJP is saying that this is perhaps another gimmick or another game which is being played by Mr. Kejriwal, something that he's known for doing in politics, in his brand of politics. But this time it will be a different story because he has to convince people that he was in jail, that he has been in jail for almost like 6 months, and that he doesn't really face corruption allegations. Like, how will he be able to say that?
Well, everybody, you see, I mean, why should we resign when we haven't done anything? Court has repeatedly highlighted the fact that there is no prima facie corruption appears to be. Court has given bail to most of the people, especially in PMLA. Getting bail in PMLA is not that easy until it is proven innocent to a certain degree. They don't give you bail. Number one. Number two. What Bharatiya Janata Party is upset for is the fact that they had not anticipated this situation. Now, today, they're totally unaware of the situation, what is on the ground, what they should be doing, and they're frustrated. So, we are not responsible for their frustration. We are responsible for to the people of this country and to Delhi. So, we are just simply doing our work.
All right, Sandeep Pathak. Thank you for your time here on NDTV. Let me bring in two political analysts now, Sajjan Kumar and Rashid Kidwai. Rashid, what's your reading of the situation?
Well, Maria, I think it's a very interesting situation, interesting development. What worries me is the BJP's approach. The BJP is trying to, do the things that we do. They are giving lot of, editorial, lot of advice, lot of op-ed. Fact of the matter is, what is the face that BJP has against so to say, the double engine now that Aam Aadmi Party has in Delhi, that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's persona and Atishi. Do they have a counter? Do they have face? Is it Basri Swaraj? I heard your interview and you asked very pertinent issues, but she was saying she was saying a lot of things related to LG. Now, Mr. Saxena is not a BJP face. So people of Delhi need to vote for a face. And the BJP is very good at it, but in Delhi there is absence of it. And you look at what percentage, you look at past performance. Just by saying Lok Sabha, if you give example of Lok Sabha of 2014, 19, 24, well, a kind of account can be given for assembly elections for 14, 15, 2020, and now. So there is lot of questions are there that needs to answer. But one more very quick thing, Maria, is that Atishi, would she be a kind of, Paneer Selvam kind of character, the way Jayalalitha used to, whenever she was in trouble, legal trouble, she would have, Paneer Selvam as CM, and once she was back, then, he would quit. You have Champai Solan example, you have all kind of other examples. So, if Aam Aadmi Party indeed wins under Atishi's leadership, how would they dislodge her? She's young, she's a woman, she has a lot of a political, promise she holds. So therefore, I think Aam Aadmi Party also has, some reasons to be very uncomfortable about, provided they win.
Yes,
so
the
what will
rise
they
and
do?
rise
Will they dislodge her and bring Arvind Kejriwal back?
Is a huge concern within the Aam Aadmi Party. Sajjan Kumar, from a first-time lawmaker in 2020 to getting almost like 6 to 7 portfolios for the first time after Manish Sisodia's arrest in 2023, and now becoming the Chief Minister and a successor of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Mr. Kejriwal could have chosen anybody from within his party, but he chose Atishi. I'm sure there is huge messaging in it. What do you think Mr. Kejriwal is trying to communicate in that? And, why would someone who has returned from jail try and advance elections?
Yeah, Maria, there are two sorts of analysis. One, from the perspective of the optics that AAP is trying to play. One, there is a women-centric image, which is the symbolic thing. And second, also, Atishi has certain credible kind of a image on the plank of education. I'm being a mentee in the initial days of Aam Aadmi Party government under Manish Sisodia. She delivered on the government schools, so that goes in her favor. But then also, let's deconstruct, break it down. She was not a part of the anti-corruption movement or Anna movement. Two, she is not one of the most senior leaders, like say, for example, Gopal Rai and others, who still do not have any legal baggage to fill the seat in his absence. So I think besides all those optics and symbolism, the substance doesn't seem to be very strong in favor of Atishi, because she is a chief minister in the transit phase. So will she be a Guljari Lal Nanda sort of a personality that every time Congress initially used to wait for another prime minister from Nehru to Shastri, Shastri to Indira Gandhi, he used to fill it, or will she is going to be someone like Jitan Manji or Champai Soren, as Rashid ji said. So that's one of the. So I think one of the thing is also about the trust of the Arvind Kejriwal, because Aam Aadmi Party is one of a one face-centric party, and the confidence. I mean, until Arvind Kejriwal is there, minded Delhi's demography and the structure gives it an edge vis-a-vis BJP until Congress doesn't start performing critically. So 74% of Delhi is unauthorized. You have JJ colonies, you have Lal Doras, you have slum cluster, etc. And only 24% of Delhi is authorized. So in fact, 74% of the area, overwhelming population are just above poverty lines, or they are BPL, and they are their material issues in the assembly election. They have a very split kind of personality in Lok Sabha election. They prefer some sort of a distant issue and vote for BJP, but in assembly election, they vote for the free water, electricity, free transportation for the women. So whatever happens, the middle class may have been disillusioned more and may vote for BJP, but still it has a structural advantage.
Absolutely.
So I think at this point of time, it's the trust of Kejriwal and Shishodia, both in Atishi, that went in her favor vis-a-vis so many other contenders.
Okay, Rashid, why has the Congress not said a word on the name of CM designate? Because the BJP has, called her a national threat. A lot of, theories being floated. But as far as the Congress is concerned, they are waiting and watching. What do you think is Congress thinking?
So, Mari, I think that's very interesting, because the Congress is in a bind. They do not know what to do. The central leadership, Rahul Gandhi, even I would say Ajay Makan, who's a sort of, who's been a face of the Congress in Delhi, are actually in favor of having some kind of, alliance, because the Congress does not, find itself strong enough to fight on its own. There is one Sandeep Dixit, there are other voices are there. But a majority opinion in the Congress actually is in favor of Aam Aadmi Party. They tried very hard to have an alliance in Haryana also. When I say they, it means the central Congress leadership. So therefore, I think they cannot be siding with the BJP. So therefore, the Congress is in a kind of in a very so I would say in a very difficult and a hopeless situation. They cannot openly come out and back Atishi unless there is a formal alliance. As you know, the entire situation of whether Aam Aadmi Party is part of India alliance or not, that also it's open to question. But I think from Rahul Gandhi's point of view, he would want Atishi and Aam Aadmi Party to win and defeat the BJP. So it's like a lesser evil kind of thing.
All right, Sajjan, I have just 30 seconds for you. The BJP certainly has a leadership crisis in the Union Territory of Delhi. Here is Atishi, given her background, her education background in particular, and her governance background as well. They have to put a face against her. They cannot continue to have, Prime Minister Modi fighting elections, even in assembly. We have seen that formula not work in multiple states.
Yeah, precisely. And when at the national level and BJP goes with a face and ridicules other parties of not having a face, I don't know why at assembly level they are not realizing that after Sushma Swaraj's 1998 election, when Sheila Dikshit came to power, and thereafter BJP's hiatus from power has been there, they need to project a new face. It cannot be old faces like Harshvardhan or Vijendra Gupta, etc. There has to come a new generational face, more relatable, etc. That has to be there, and that structural disadvantage is makes BJP more unrelatable in the assembly election. I think same goes for Congress also, wherein the state Prabhari, Deepak Bawari and others, they want to have an alliance. But why should Aam Aadmi Party shed the ground? Because their entire social base is Congress social base.
All right.
Giving them a foothold will
All
go
right,
against them.
Sajjad
Yeah.
and Rashid, thank you so much for joining us and analyzing or sharing your side or what you read into this transition that has happened in Delhi.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. A new sunrise has begun in Jammu and Kashmir with the first phase of voting underway now. We will give you more details, but let's look at the headlines at first. In the Jammu and Kashmir polls, voting for phase 1 begins. 219 candidates for 24 seats in the fray. Who will take the lead remains to be seen, whether it will be PDP, National Conference, Congress or the BJP. In Maharashtra, Mahavikas Aghadi to hold seat-sharing talks for 3 days beginning today. UBT, NCP, Sharad Pawar faction, Congress to decide the seat-sharing formula. Meanwhile, Piyush Goyal speaks exclusively to NDTV, says BJP, Sena, Ajit's NCP have finalized their talks. And NDTV tracks the poll pulse ahead of Haryana polls. Haryana LOP Bhupendra Hooda refutes divisions in Congress, while six-time BJP MLA Anil Vij exudes confidence, claims no anti-incumbency, reiterates ready to be Chief Minister. Thousands of pagers explode across Lebanon, at least 9 people killed and thousands injured in the pager attack. Reports claim Mossad involved in Lebanon pager attack. Defending champions India completed a fighting 1-0 victory over host China to claim their 5th Asian Champions Trophy hockey title. After a decade-long wait, the stage is set for the first phase of polling in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where over 23 lakh voters will decide the fate of 219 candidates, including 19 dependents in 24 assembly segments. Voting for the first phase, as we speak, has begun. 7 districts located on either side of the Pir Panjal mountain range will vote for the first time in an assembly election in 10 years. Of the 24 seats going to polls today, 8 are in 3 districts of Jammu region and 16 are in 4 districts of Kashmir Valley. My colleague Nazir is also joining me, who has been tracking the poll pulse in the Union Territory. Nazir, it is a new sunrise in Jammu and Kashmir. The voting has begun. The fate of 219 candidates will be decided today. Take us through the key candidates who are in fray right now.
Well, it's a day people have been waiting for since long. After a gap of 10 years, assembly elections are finally happening, though in the Union Territory. People were hoping that the elections will be held after the restoration of the state, which was revoked. Statehood was revoked in 2019, besides J&K special status under 370. So it is the first election after abrogation of 370. 219 candidates are in the fray for these 24 assembly seats, which are going to polls today. And I'm here in Pulwama, and people have already started coming to cast their vote. So these people, there are at least 3-4, you can see polling booths, and they are coming one by one to cast their vote here in Pulwama. So, as I said, there are 20, 30, the number of booths I'll tell you is 3,276 polling booths. So, आपने वोट डाला?
हाँ, बिल्कुल
सवेरे
पहला वोट डाला।
क्या कितनी खुशी थी आज 10 साल बाद असेंबली इलेक्शन हुए जम्मू?
बहुत खुशी हुई।
तो प्रचार किया अच्छा लोगों पार्टीज ने?
फिर हमें जब हमें अपना कैंडिडेट मिलेगा, वो थोड़ा बहुत तरक्की काम करेंगे।
क्या मसले है? क्या
कुछ नहीं चला।
आप कहते हैं कि अपने कैंडिडेट, अपने नुमाइंदे होने चाहे वो करेंगे।
हाँ बिल्कुल,
आपका काम करेंगे।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
10 साल से
नहीं हुआ, बस इधर उधर करता है, तो बस बाकी कुछ नहीं हुआ।
बहुत शुक्रिया। So that is the sentiment of a common man, common voter. As I said, there are 3,276 polling booths across 7 districts, across 24 seats. 23 lakh people, or 23 lakh people will cast their vote today. They are eligible to cast their vote. And among them are more than 1.2 lakh who are between the age group of 18 and 19. That means they have voted, they will be for the first time voting. But among the voters is 30% are those who are voting almost for the first time in assembly elections, because the age group, which is less than 29%, it is the 30% voters. So you can imagine 30% voters will be voting for the first time in assembly elections, because assembly elections are taking place after a gap of 10 years. It's not a small time. तो आप बताइए, सवेरे सवेरे वोट डालने के लिए आए, तो क्या है आपका शुभ नाम, क्या मुद्दे हैं इस इलेक्शन के?
कुछ फायदा आना चाहिए।
हाँ। तो इस इतने साल कोई नुमाइंदा नहीं था आपका?
ना इतने साल में कोई नहीं था।
हाँ, तो अब फाइनली आप कर रहे हैं, इलेक्शन हो रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल।
हाँ,
बहुत खुश से।
बहुत खुश?
बहुत खुश।
बहुत खुश। So people are very happy. They are saying they are electing their representatives for the first time after a gap of 10 years. So this is the longest gap between two assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, which is 10 years. It has never happened before, despite militancy in 1990. Even that time elections were held. The two elections, there was only gap of 9 years old, but this time it was 10 years. So finally, elections taking place. People have started to come to cast their vote, and massive security arrangements have also been made to ensure nothing goes wrong.
Right, Nazir, and the enthusiasm is high, and it remains to be seen who will take the lead in this first phase. Thank you so much, Nazir. We will be coming back to you for more details and updates. Now let's shift our focus to Lebanon. 9 people have died and more than 3,000 injured, many grievously so, in Lebanon in a synchronized detonation of pagers targeting US-designated terror group Hezbollah. Iran's state media reported that its ambassador to Lebanon has been wounded in the incident. The explosions happened at around 3:30 p.m. local time in Lebanon, and if we convert it to Indian Standard Time, then it would be 6 p.m. Lebanese health minister confirmed that 9 people were killed in the attack and around 2,800 were wounded. The minister in a televised press conference said the blast killed 9 people, including a girl, adding that about 2,800 people were injured and more than 200 of them critically. The injuries were mostly on the face, hands and stomach, he further said. Sample the reactions coming in.
Again, I don't have any details to provide on the reports of the pager blast. I can tell you, to my knowledge, there's no U.S. involvement in this at all. Again, it's something that we're monitoring.
Well, this is a developing story, certainly a major escalation, and it could signal the beginning of a larger campaign. Now, health officials on the ground in Lebanon, they have been told by emergency organisers to right now attend any close hospital to administer aid. We are hearing that more than 1,000 people have been injured, at least 3 killed, one of those including the son of a very prominent member of Lebanese parliament and also a little girl. Now, among the injured, reports say that one of those people is the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon. He's reportedly in good condition, but certainly thousands of people injured. And it really raises questions as to how these devices exploded in the first place, but there is still no comment from the Israelis on this, although members of parliament and senior officials have been told by the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to comment. But once again, developing story, more than 1,000 people injured. We are hearing that some 3 people have been killed, with still no claim as to who was behind this incident. Sarah Coates for NDTV, Tel Aviv.
Moving on, the District Court of Sector 43 in Chandigarh has issued a notice to Bollywood actress and BJP MP Kangana Ranaut. The notice was issued by the court while hearing an application filed against Kangana Ranaut's new film, Emergency. The court posted the matter for further hearing on December 5. The application has been filed by Advocate Ravinder Singh Bassi, former president of the District Bar Association. Advocate Bassi says that Kangana Ranaut has tried to tarnish the image of Sikhs through the film Emergency. He said that in addition to showing the image of Sikhs wrong in this film, many types of false allegations have also been made against the Sikhs. Therefore, there was a demand to register a case against Kangana Ranaut. Well, since the trailer of the movie has come out, Kangana Ranaut's movie has been facing heat from several organizations. Several Sikh organizations have come out opposing the movie and demanding that the movie should be banned and should not be allowed to release. CBFC has also been asked to take a thorough look at the movie. It was scheduled to be released in a few weeks before now, but now that there was a controversy that was sparked after the trailer was released, the movie has been put on a hold. Now, when will it be released? remains to be seen, but Sikh organizations are demanding that the movie is showing the Sikh groups during those riots in 1984, which escalated after the death of former Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, that the movie shows them in a bad light, and hence this movie should not be released. Now switching tracks to Haryana. Well, before the Haryana polls, NDTV is tracking the poll pulse, and we spoke exclusively to Haryana leader of opposition Bhupendra Hooda. He denied that there are any refutes in the Congress, as there is no factionism. The Congress is united. He also spoke about the alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party, how the Congress wanted an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party in Haryana, but the Aam Aadmi Party did not concede. The seat-sharing talks fell apart, and now all the parties are contesting against each other in Haryana. What he said exclusively, take a look.
I have with me somebody who's, I consider and always call him a strong man of Haryana, who's really emerged as a leader in the state, and really somebody to contend with. Even within the Congress leadership, they always get scared to deal with Mr. Bhupendra Hooda. Mr. Rahul Gandhi at the CEC meeting was able to convince you to look at the possibility of an alliance with Aam Aadmi Party. How did you finally concede to that? Because earlier you had very categorically said there would be no
That was before that, but at national level there is alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. State level we examined, we tried, but it could not finish one.
What was the issue? What was the problem? Because you were always ready to get three or four seats.
When we negotiate, so there are certain things. Demand is how much is there standing, so how much we were ready to give. That's the thing, but that did not work.
You had said take it or leave it, 3 or 4 seats.
No, there's no question about that. I am not going to reveal, but that did not work. We tried our best. I don't know, they may not be wanting it.
Do you feel that will damage you?
We tried our best to give them their due. But anybody asking more than due, then it is a problem.
The fact that Selja, Randeep Surjewala, there have been some kind of, the various factors, everybody's wanting seats. I know it is in a 90 assembly, everybody wants to show their political clout. How have you been able to...
These stories are built by you. Otherwise, there is nothing like this. This is a Congress party. After all, any institution or party, there is bound to be in these things. But once the party decides, everybody is one.
So I'll come to the last question, sir, which is, I asked you the last time round, will you, you always say the MLAs will decide, the High Command will finally take a call on who will be the Chief Minister. I'll put it differently. You have your son who's also been campaigning. I've seen him and how you brought him from 2005 and how he has emerged in the last 20 years. Is he also in the race, or is it only for the father?
Do you want me to retire? I have said I am neither retired nor tired. Okay.
So you are definitely.
You understood the thing.
Yeah. So,
but party will decide.
Party will decide. That's a very important point. All the very best, Mr. Hooda, for your country.
Thank you.
Now, trouble mounts for BJP MP and Bollywood actress Kangana Ranaut after the District Court of Sector 43 in Chandigarh has issued a notice on the movie Emergency. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna is joining me on the phone line for more details. Gurpreet, the trouble seems to be mounting for Kangana Ranaut. Since the trailer came out, the Sikh groups have been demanding that this movie is showing them in a bad light. What is this current notice all about? Take us to the details.
Well, we have seen one of the complainants. He has approached the District Court Sector 43 and in Chandigarh and demanding that there should be immediately FIR registered against the MP of Kangana Ranaut. What we have learned, the notice has already been issued by the Honorable Court saying after this notice, what we have learned from the complainant, he says, and he alleged in his own complaint saying she was showing up bad things about the Sikhs, and she was also trying to tarnish the image of the Sikhs besides some of the historical facts were being distorted. So let's see what type of response is coming from Member Parliament on this notice and how this case will be going on in the coming days. Back to studio.
Right. Gurpreet, thank you so much for joining in and giving us those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break, but more news and updates on the other side.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai, India's IT capital.
The 10-day Ganesh festival was celebrated across Maharashtra yesterday, but there is a downside to it, as many beaches are left exposed to tons of waste after the Ganpati Visarjan. My colleague Anuj Raith is joining me and taking us through the details of the beach cleanup drive that will be organized in Mumbai. Anuj, a lot of celebrities always take part and come forward towards these cleanup drives that are taking place in Maharashtra annually after this festival is celebrated with much fervor and joy. But the downside is that every year we talk about the same, how the cleanliness drive is required after this festival is celebrated. Take us through the details of this cleanup drive, and has it begun? How many people are coming forward and taking part in this initiative?
Yes, we are at the Warsaw beach at the moment, and as you can see behind me, the cleanup drive here has already started. In fact, this is an annual ritual where different foundations, initiate this particular noble activity to clean different beaches here in Mumbai. And this time around, it's the Divyaj Foundation, which is associated with several A-list actors from the Hindi film industry, likes of Amruta Fadnavis and also ministers from the Maharashtra cabinet, for promoting the cause of clean beaches. This cleanliness drive here at the Warsaw beach started early at the morning at around 6 a.m. and since then you can see that there are people of different age groups, mostly youngsters, trying to contribute and make sure that the beaches are clean. While the program has already started, there are also several school students who have come here who will be taught about the importance of clean beaches, as an important activity, considering that this is taking place just a day after Visarjan. I'd like to ask my camera person to just pan and show the Ganesh idols that we can see here. Yesterday was the Visarjan day, and Warsaw beach, amongst many other beaches, is one of those where a heavy number of Visarjan or other Ganesh idol immersion takes place. And you can just look at the state of the Ganesh idols here. They are completely disfigured. They are made of materials which is technically not allowed to be used. And the volunteers here who are working for clean beaches, they are trying to make sure that these Ganesh idols are put at different places. But as you rightly said in the beginning, this festival has a downside to it. For 10 days, the Mumbaikars celebrate Ganesh. For 10 days, they do the puja and then they treat him as good as they can. And here is what happens after 10 days. You can see that these are Ganesh idols without the hands, without legs, some even without the head. And this is the state of not just Warsaw beach, but of many other beaches. But at the moment, the event is happening at the Warsaw beach, the cleanup event. But similar visuals are expected from other important beaches like Girgaon, Chowpatty and Juhu as well.
Right. There is a downside, and it is very important to highlight as well that every year people also take a conscious responsibility that they should not impact the environment, but this is the sad reality that comes up every year. But with that, we're taking a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
You are watching The World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking currently. Hundreds of pagers belonging to Hezbollah members exploded simultaneously across Lebanon on Tuesday, killing 9 people and injuring more than 3,000 in an attack that the Iran-backed militia blamed on Israel. Reports suggest that Israel's spy agency Mossad planted explosives inside pages. The Israel Business Forum, which represents most workers in the private sector in the country, urged Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to go ahead with the reported plans to fire his defense minister Yoav Gallant, warning that it will further harm the already war-battered economy. At least 19 people are reported to have died in flooding caused by Storm Boris in Central and Eastern Europe, with many countries braced for more torrential rain. Moderna is optimistic about its mRNA cancer vaccines. It released new data from a small early trial into a broad-spectrum vaccine targeting several types of solid tumor, including lung cancer and melanoma, which showed promise. The pharma giant CEO said that its melanoma-specific vaccine could be available as soon as next year. The former US President Donald Trump has said that he will meet Prime Minister Modi next week during his upcoming visit to the US. The Republican presidential candidate made the announcement while campaigning in Michigan, adding that the Prime Minister of India is fantastic. Instagram will make teenagers' accounts private by default and show them less adult-oriented content in a sweeping overhaul of how minors use the app. Well, it felt like a science fiction film, a Lebanese resident has said on record. At almost exactly the same moment, 3:30 p.m. local time, pagers exploded all over Lebanon, leaving hideous gashes and wounds on the heads, hands, and the hips of their owners. The significance of the attack quickly became clear. The pagers were being used by members of Hezbollah, the Lebanese militant movement that has been fighting an undeclared war with Israel since October. But the Israeli military has not commented on the attack, which comes the day after it warned of a tougher stance against Hezbollah, stoking fears of a broader conflict at a time when Israel sees an opportunity to decapitate Hezbollah's capabilities. But in information coming in at the moment, the pagers used by Hezbollah members that simultaneously exploded on Tuesday came from Taiwan. The New York Times is reporting, with explosives packed in sometime before they arrived in Lebanon. The pagers had been ordered from Taiwanese manufacturer Gold Apollo. This is what the Times is reporting, citing anonymous American and other officials. Now, the reports state clearly that they were tampered with by Israel before arriving into Lebanon. Quoting some of the officials, this is what the US newspaper has said. But the pagers had been ordered from a Taiwanese manufacturer. In fact, they were tampered with by Israel before arriving into Lebanon. But US officials, meanwhile, have said on record that there is no involvement as far as the United States is concerned in this incident at all.
Again, I don't have any details to provide on the reports of the pager blast. I can tell you, to my knowledge, there's no U.S. involvement in this at all. Again, it's something that we're monitoring.
My colleague Mohammed Ghazali has been tracking the finer details for us very closely. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, Israel has been using digital technologies to target members of Hezbollah for months. But this attack is unlike anything seen before, right, as we've discussed, and it appears to have struck a new kind of blow.
Certainly a massive intelligence and security breach for Hezbollah. And why this is very significant, as you rightly pointed out, that Israel has certainly changed the rules of the game. They were facing rocket attack from Hezbollah on their northern border for months, not just after October 7, but the incidents have happened before October 7 as well. But after October 7, since Hezbollah came out supporting Hamas for its attack on October 7, after that, even they have joined hands with Hamas. It started launching rocket attacks on the northern side of Israel, and Israel had to sort of evacuate around thousands of residents from that particular area, move them to another location in the country. And that has been very problematic development because US was forcing Israel or a kind of pressurizing Israel not to go for a full-blown war with Hezbollah. Because Hezbollah, unlike Hamas, is a much more organized unit. and it has more than 1 lakh people who have in their units across Lebanon. Now, what is the relevance of this particular attack? You see, after the attack, after this pager attack happened, multiple videos emerged on the social media, and as usual, all those who were working with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and not just people in the military wing, not just who are involved in the attacks, but even people who are involved in civilian services. Basically, if you see people who are not also part of the military wing, but anybody who was using this pager, and as per the international media reports, around 5,000 of new pagers were recently bought. And in one of the videos of the explosion, if you hear carefully in Arabic, one of the person is asking the other one whether are you using the new one or are you using the old one. So perhaps it confirms that all the new consignment which had arrived for Hezbollah to use these pagers were tampered with. International reports are suggesting that before the consignment could reach Hezbollah, it was breached by Israel, explosive devices were planted on it, and then after extraordinary coordination, that at one moment, simultaneous explosions happened across Lebanon, across the city of Beirut, and many Hezbollah fighters or say members of that unit have been injured. Now, what this has done to Hezbollah and the entire axis of resistance, which Iran calls all its offshoots in the Middle East, is that it has exposed them. It has certainly shown to the entire axis of resistance, like Iran, Houthis, and as well as Hezbollah, that their communications have been compromised massively. Like Israel didn't even have to send their army into Lebanon for any ground invasion, but sitting back in their own territory, they could demolish. And almost all their bases, all their operatives who were living in the civilian areas, their identity was not known. With this pager attack, at least their identities have been exposed. Right. So Israel now has a much better access, understanding of all the Hezbollah operatives in Lebanon. And also, it has given a massive blow to Hezbollah's operatives. Like psychologically, nobody will lift any electronic device, leave alone the pager part, because the Lebanese Health Ministry also advised people to be very careful before using any electronic gadget, steer away from any electronic devices. And this is not the first time that Israel has been using its spying and surveillance technology, but it certainly was out of the book.
In fact, for Israel to embed an explosive trigger within the new batch of pagers, as certain reports suggest, they would have likely needed access to the supply chain of these devices as well, Ghazali. But thanks so much for joining us with that crucial update. We are aware that Hezbollah had ordered its fighters to get rid of smartphones that could be targeted by Israel, but the historic scale of this attack, is it being perceived as sending a message to the group that we can get you anywhere? Well, Sarah Coates has a detailed update for us.
Well, this is a developing story, certainly a major escalation, and it could signal the beginning of a larger campaign. Now, health officials on the ground in Lebanon, they have been told by emergency organisers to right now attend any close hospital to administer aid. We are hearing that more than 1,000 people have been injured, at least 3 killed, one of those including the son of a very prominent member of Lebanese parliament and also a little girl. Now, among the injured, reports say that one of those people is the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon. He's reportedly in good condition, but certainly thousands of people injured. And it really raises questions as to how these devices exploded in the first place, but there is still no comment from the Israelis on this, although members of parliament and senior officials have been told by the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to comment. But once again, developing story, more than 1,000 people injured. We are hearing that some 3 people have been killed, with still no claim as to who was behind this incident. Sarah Coates for NDTV, Tel Aviv.
For further clarity, we also have with us political researcher Mohammad Hassan Swedan, PhD university instructor, joining us on the World 24/7. A massive security breach, new age warfare, many argue. But Hezbollah and the Lebanese government have been quick to blame Israel for these nearly simultaneous detonation of hundreds of pagers. But as we know, Israel rarely takes responsibility for such attacks.
Well, of course, it is a huge security breach the Israelis has achieved today, but I think this is not the main important thing we should consider, because it's normal for Israelis to do what they do. Well, everyone knows that Israel is one of the strongest entities in the world. It has very strong technological infrastructure, it has a very strong military, it has a very strong economy. So it's normal for such a strong entity to do what it did. But the unusual is for a resistance to be able to continue playing the role of a support front after almost a year of the war in Gaza. And I think this is the thing that Israelis want to tell people. But what happened today is expected. Israel didn't do something surprising for it as a strong entity, strong technological entity. It has all the power it needs to achieve such security breach. Although it's still an achievement for Israel, but let's not forget that it has achieved this with a resistance, with a small group that is considered is still considered as a resistance group that doesn't have the same level of power with Israel, and that's the main important thing. So to assess realistically what happened, we can say that yes, Israel achieved a very important achievement. The security breach was big, but a true assessment should consider the goals Israel wants to achieve from this security breach. I think that Israel wants to achieve from this security breach for the support front Hezbollah has started last October to stop. So as long as this support front is continuing to work, then Israel failed to achieve its goal, and that's the important thing, since assessment is based on goals, not on the achievement itself, and that's an important thing to consider.
Right, Hassan, but even in a country that has long been accustomed to war, the intimate nature of this attack is deeply disturbing. But Israel seems to have changed its warfare against Iran and its allies. Israel has assassinated leaders of Hamas and Hezbollah in Syria, Lebanon, and Iran. It's no surprise. But at the moment, is Israel looking for precision attacks to avoid a full-blown war?
Yes, it's obvious that Israel changed its the type of war it's having with Hezbollah, and I think this reflects some kind of decrease in power for Israel. Israel used to be the entity that can start any type of war with any type of enemy in the region, because it has the military, economic, technological superiority it needs to do so. So going towards a new type of warfare that's mainly concentrated on the security side, this shows that Israel doesn't want to open a new front, doesn't want to open a new war, and that has its reasons. Refusing to open a new war with Hezbollah in Lebanon is because Hezbollah can inflict so much damage over Israel, and that's what the Americans have been saying in the last couple of days and weeks. The Americans have been telling Israel that you can't achieve militarily with Hezbollah what you need to achieve in politics. So you don't have to go with war, because the damage inflicted on you in any war will be so big that maybe you can't bear it. And that's why Israel is trying to change its tactics with Hezbollah. It's trying to avoid a huge open warfare with Hezbollah, because it knows the costs that Hezbollah may inflict on it, and that's an important point today. So going towards a new type of warfare, mainly on the cognitive side, on the security side, is because Israel doesn't want to open a warfare militarily, open warfare with Hezbollah, because of its fear of the costs. And that's why we are witnessing a new type of warfare that Israel thinks it can bear, but till now, the consequences, strategic consequences, let's see what Americans are saying, let's see what Israelis are saying. No one is convinced today that on the strategic level, Israel is well. Everyone is speaking that Israel is paying huge costs on the strategic level, diplomatically, militarily, economically, and in every aspect of it. And that's an important thing to consider in this war.
Hassan, thanks so much for making time for us on World 24/7. The big question is also now how challenging it's going to be for the United States and Arab states to achieve a ceasefire in this situation. With that, let's turn our attention now to the United States. Well, former US President Donald Trump has said that he will meet Prime Minister Modi next week during his upcoming visit to the US. The Republican presidential candidate made the announcement while campaigning in Michigan. In fact, he added that Prime Minister Modi is fantastic. The last time they met was back in 2020 in February when Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump were in Delhi when the then US President, had visited India. In other news, Instagram has introduced updates designed to give parents more oversight into what their teenagers are doing online. But the changes did little to assuage critics who say the social media network is compromising adolescents' well-being. Meta, which owns Instagram, introduced a new teen accounts program that aims to limit the time minors spend on the site, what content they see, and which strangers are able to find their accounts and talk to them. The new system also expands parents' ability to monitor their children's activities, including the types of content they see and the people they are messaging. Well, to understand the ramifications, we have with us Iona Anula, PhD senior researcher and advisor on children's rights and tech policy. Iona, the measures do reflect rising concerns among parents and political leaders that social media sites are contributing to a youth mental health crisis in the United States. But how successful do you think these new measures will be in protecting teens from online harm?
Children, like us adults, always find workarounds. So yes, we see all these very welcomed announcements, but we all have experience of kids who spend a lot of time, working around different systems and measures, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's part of their creativity. It's part of them growing up. We adults, they see us doing the same when we use a VPN connection to watch what we want, and so on. So the answer to that is that kids are what we call edge users, in the sense that they're taking risks. They are always, more vulnerable, and we have a duty of care. And that duty of care is not only on the shoulders of parents, it's not only on the shoulders
Indeed.
of teachers, it's also on the shoulders of these big companies.
In fact, like you've highlighted, teens may find ways around the new standards, which they say leave some safety issues unaddressed. But what about the countries where these measures have not been implemented? How should parents go about discussing online safety with their children there?
We have seen that these new measures are being rolled out at the moment, first in the US, in the UK, in Canada, and Australia. The question is, what happens with other kids, right? And these measures are built with substantial understanding of how children in these contexts, behave. There is research, there's more advanced research in this context. We also understand, the companies understand more because they're English-speaking countries. And we definitely, people who are not originally English speakers and so on, we know the many, many more workarounds that we have in other languages. We also have less mature debate around regulation, and less mature public awareness. And as we say in the human rights world, a right is not a right unless you know about it.
Indeed.
And therefore, if our citizens of the non-English speaking world, if our children don't know their rights, because the debate is not mature enough, then they will never be able to exercise them.
Of course, Iona. Thanks so much for making time for us and joining us on The World 24/7. Taking a quick break for now. Back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps.
Let's get you a quick update as far as the strongest storm to strike Asia this year is concerned. Well, it's left a massive trail of destruction. Over 70 people are still missing and over 226 people have died. The death toll has risen in Myanmar. In fact, Typhoon Yagi has been the strongest storm to strike Asia this year. Thank you for investing your time and watching this edition of The World 24/7. We'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Breakfast Show. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show, well, we have a power-packed bulletin from Delhi to Mumbai. What's happening with the beach cleanup in Mumbai just a day after Ganesh Visarjan. Also, if you're worried about your child's growing use of Instagram, Instagram now has a new child policy as well. My colleague Radhika, in fact, is joining us live from Mumbai as well. So Radhika, the mega beach cleanup in Mumbai, the youth is participating in full swing as well.
Absolutely. Volunteers and celebs participating in the mega clean beach campaign. This is, of course, post Visarjan. Of course, thanks, Vedant. Good morning, everyone. You're watching Breakfast Show on NDTV. I'm here from vibrant Mumbai, and as Vedant was saying, from new Instagram guidelines for teens to J&K polling, we're all set to bring you all the top news stories of the day. But first, the headlines. 24 seats, over 23 lakh voters. Phase 1 of J&K polls. First assembly elections in J&K in a decade. Early morning queues at poll booths.
The national capital gets its youngest chief minister in Aam Aadmi Party's Atishi. The upheaval in Delhi is now complete as Atishi succeeds Arvind Kejriwal. The rise and rise of Atishi, but BJP calls Atishi a puppet chief minister.
Instagram rolls out teen accounts. Instagram introduces privacy control for teens. Instagram's big changes amid child safety concerns.
After farewell to Ganpati, a cleanup drive in Mumbai. Citizens and the municipal body come together for the massive cleanup, a drive across beaches and water bodies.
NDTV special report on India's specially abled athletes. A renewed hope after Paris Paralympics blitz. Despite rich medal haul, athletes flag gaps in facilities.
And our big focus on the breakfast show this morning, well, it's a break of a new dawn in Jammu and Kashmir with assembly elections in the valley after 10 years, Radhika.
Absolutely. Today is day 1 of polling with 24 constituencies going to polls today. So key faces are in the fray today, of course. In fact, at this point, we are hearing that there are long queues across our polling booths in many of these 24 constituencies, and very significant since this is after the first assembly polls after abrogation of Article 370, Vedant.
That's right. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who's joining us from Pulwama. So, Nazir, this is a crucial phase of the elections, 24 of the 90 seats going to polls. And you're, in fact, reporting from Pulwama, which at one point has really been the epicenter of militancy and terrorism, but heartening to see long queues there.
Exactly. And the day has finally come people were waiting for last several years. This is the first assembly election after a gap of 10 years in Jammu and Kashmir, the longest gap in the electoral history of Jammu and Kashmir. I'm here in a place called Muran, which is in Pulwama district. So people have been, here coming since morning, cast their vote. You can already see the long queues. All these people have been waiting for their turn to cast the vote. You can just see since morning they are waiting. Some are so, could not stand for long, and they are sitting now because the queues are long. They have been waiting for their turn to cast the vote. So there are 219 candidates for 24 assembly constituencies across 7 districts in Jammu and Kashmir, which is Pulwama, Shopian, Kulgam, Anantnag, Kishtwar, Ramban, and Doda. So 8 seats are on the south of the Pir Panjal mountains in Chenab Valley, and 16 seats are on the north of Pir Panjal, which is we call locally Maraz area. So these are, we don't see many youngsters now here in the morning. It is the old people who are still early birds who have come and cast their vote. And let me talk to some of them. वोट है 10 साल बाद असेंबली इलेक्शन है
जी सर।
हाँ
हाँ, 10
तो
साल
क्या
बाद।
मुद्दे हैं, क्या इश्यूज है इसमें जो आप चाहते हैं कि इस इलेक्शन से आप क्या लोग
बस हमारे मुद्दे यही है, तो आम की काम करने होना चाहिए। जो भी कैंडिडेट होगा उसको आम की काम
करना चाहिए। तो
जी सर।
इलेक्शन के बगैर जब आपके नुमाइंदे नहीं थे तो कितने मुश्किलात
बहुत
थे
मुश्किलात आती है, बहुत ही मुश्किलात आती है, बहुत ही मुश्किलात आती है।
तो ये एक लेमी फर्स्ट से ये एक पहले एक ऐसा इलाका था जहाँ बाइकआउट होता था, हमले होते, तो आज तो बिल्कुल ठीक है।
बिल्कुल आज तो बिल्कुल हालात नॉर्मल है।
नॉर्मल है।
हाँ जी सर, आज तो हालात बिल्कुल नॉर्मल है।
One of the interesting, element of this polling here is this is a Rajpura constituency, and the candidate, one of the candidate is, his name is National Conference candidate Ghulam Mahideen Mir. He has survived more than a dozen militant attacks, and one attack he has suffered in this polling booth in 2018, and in which his security guard were also killed. So that was the situation here, and today you can see all these people coming out to vote without any fear. And 29, the 30% you voters are actually youth who are below the age of 29. So, which means that the youngsters will decide the fate of these candidates who are contesting election, and 40% candidates in this election are independents. It doesn't mean that this is the very unprecedented. I remember in 2008 assembly elections, the number of candidates was much more than what it's today. So it is, while the people will say, oh, there's a conspiracy theory, BJP is setting up these independent candidates, but in 2008 assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, number of independent candidates was much higher that time. And in this election, the interesting thing is banned Jamaat Islami is also contesting this election. The group, the party which is banned under anti-terror law, UAPI, they are also contesting election. As you see, people are coming here to cast their vote, men, women, but youngsters are not seen yet. Because only early birds have come to cast their vote, then they can do their day's work. In last assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir in 2014, the poll percentage was 66%, and it is expected this election is going to break that record. Given the fact in these areas, which were normally boycott areas, where separate boycott would have impact, but this time there's no boycott call, there's no fear of gun, and all these people have come to cast their vote. भाई साहब, आप हमें बताएंगे कि मुद्दे क्या हैं इस इलेक्शन के, जिनकी बुनियादों पे आप वोट डाल रहे हैं?
हमारे काम करे,
आपके
हम जो मसला है हमारा वो ठीक करें।
क्या मुद्दे हैं आम आदमी के, क्या मसले हैं जो आप इस इलेक्शन के जरिए, वोट के जरिए हल करना चाहते हैं?
जी, मैं इसलिए वोट डाल रहा हूँ कि वो हमारा काम करे।
क्या है?
हमारा जो बेरोजगारी है वो खत्म करे।
बेरोजगारी?
हाँ।
तो किसी पार्टी ने वादा किया कि बेरोजगारी हटाएगी?
हाँ, हमने किया है।
हाँ?
नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ने किया है।
अच्छा, किया है। और सभी पार्टियों ने तो किया है, कांग्रेस ने किया, बीजेपी ने किया, पीडीपी, सभी पार्टियों ने किया?
नहीं, यहाँ तो नहीं किया हमने।
अच्छा, ओके. So that is the rozgar. Employment appears to be the key issue. People are saying this election is about getting employment. So that is why they are voting. But the biggest thing, it is a big victory of democracy here in Pulwama, where during the elections, it was fear of boycott calls, militancy. But this time, without any fear, without the shade of violence, people are coming out of their free will to cast their vote. And these lines, long queues, is a witness how people are enthusiastic about this election.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nazir, for getting us that ground report and speaking to several of these voters. Of course, there is a lot of excitement, enthusiasm, at this point, of course, considering that this is happening, assembly elections happening after 10 years, Vedant. And as the gentleman was pointing out, it is the jobs, it is the issue of employment that people, in fact, youth of that particular constituency are voting for, but not too many youngsters, as Nazir had been pointing out. Early birds are not youngsters, unfortunately. But also, let's go across to the guests on our show. Asha Khosha, editor Awaz, thevoice.in, former editor of the Tribune and Indian Express, as well as Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, joining us. Asha Khosha, to you first. Asha, how significant is this assembly election? Very basic question at this point. Being the first since the abrogation of Article 370, there's the issue of statehood, first assembly election after 10 years. a lot of change in political landscape. So how significant is this, and what does this mean for people of J&K?
Well, as you said, this election is quite significant. It is happening at a time when, in a situation when there is a 360-degree turnaround in everything, in the system, in the way people behave, in the way people perceive the state, in the way the people's rights were perceived. I see change everywhere, and that is very subtle. That is going to manifest after the polling, after the results are out. We have to remember this is a historic election, in the sense that for the first time, a lot of people who were refugees of wars, refugees of conflict, refugees of even partition, they are entitled to vote. There are a lot of people who didn't have political reservation, who were marginalized, say, for example, scheduled tribes. They didn't have political reservation, while elsewhere in the country they had. So these are the communities who were never very vocal. And even this election, their reaction was subtle. The national media which went there, they are more focused on VIPs, good faces, English-speaking people. But these are the real issues, in the hearts of people. Of course, unemployment is an issue. That was also linked to the situation which had prevailed there for 30 years. Because for 30 years, let's admit it openly, and I don't know why nobody talks about that. We had a terrible, terrible situation there. We had proxy war, we had terrorism, we had radicalization. Not everything is over, but things have changed a lot, and people have accepted the change. That is very important. Nobody's talking that let's boycott, the government is nothing. So there is a change in the attitude of mindset, change in the situation, and change about the issues. Now, the earlier slogan, as Nazir was saying, we used to have a lot of slogans which were very bizarre and unpleasant to many of us. Nobody is talking about that. People are talking about unemployment. And J&K, of course, has one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. Reasons are very clear. The government, cannot provide jobs. Private sector has not come because there was Article 370. These are all interlinked things. That's why I'm talking about it. The private companies will not come and invest there. We hope gradually things will change. And these are the issues which make this election very historic.
Right. Neerjaji, come in on this because, we saw in the Lok Sabha polls as well those long queues outside polling stations, and that was really heartening to see, particularly in areas that were once struck by terror. There is a lot of excitement as far as elections are concerned. Even in campaigns and roadshows, we saw a huge turnout of crowds. But the issues are as simple. Even though the landscape is very diverse, you have the Jamaat contesting, you have many independents in the fray, but the issues for the voters are as simple as, in any other part of the country. They talk about unemployment, they talk about roads. The valley is yearning for change, certainly. Neerjaji, go ahead. Neerja ma'am, if you can hear me. All right, we'll try and reconnect there with Neerjaji. I think there's an audio issue. We'll try and fix that with her. But Radhika, as we were reporting earlier as well, that there is, it's certainly heartening to see these long queues, and also interesting that it's a similar issues that we see, say, in like Delhi and Mumbai, that people are talking about in Jammu and Kashmir as well, whether it's unemployment or issues like roads. They say that, well, ultimately it's, the parties which will work for the development of the valley. That really is what will catch the voters' attention, while, of course, terrorism and militancy is really at the center of the poll discourse. Okay, I'm being told Neerja Chaudhary is back with us. Neerjaji, if you can hear me now, my question to you was that, while, of course, terrorism and militancy is really at the center of the poll discourse, and the landscape is very diverse with the Jamaat contesting, the independents in the fray as well, but for the people, it's really the basic issues that matter. All right, we just can't.
Are you asking me, Ankit?
Yes, Neerjaji, go ahead.
Yeah?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
Ankit?
All right, we seem to have an audio issue there with Neerja Chaudhary, but I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there, as this is a story that we will continue to track very, very closely on NDTV, a historic election in Jammu and Kashmir. All right, the other big headline now, the Aam Aadmi Party boss Arvind Kejriwal has quit as the Delhi Chief Minister in favor of his colleague Atishi, and number 2, one of Arvind Kejriwal's most favoured loyalists. Well, this as he capped a dramatic 4 days following his release of bail in the liquor policy case, Radhika.
Certainly dramatic developments in your city, Vedant, and you've been covering Aam Aadmi Party for quite some time. Kejriwal, in fact, meeting Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena, the centre's representative, of course, in Delhi at his residence, and then hands out his resignation. The BJP, of course, not leaving any stone unturned in criticising Aam Aadmi Party as well as Kejriwal for these decisions and announcement, hitting out, calling Atishi a dummy chief minister and also slamming her background as well. So the opposition, of course, slamming the Aam Aadmi Party over the decisions that have been made over the last few days. So a lot of drama there in Delhi. But let's go to Tanushka on this. Tanushka, of course, dramatic developments taking place in Delhi. Atishi now the new chief minister. Take us through what is way forward as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. The BJP has been hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party and its leaders, calling Atishi a dummy CM.
And also just to add to that, Tanushka, while of course the politics continues, what do really Delhiites think about Atishi? After all, Delhi now has a new chief minister.
Radhika and Vedant, I am currently in Kalkaji. This is the area from which Atishi became the MLA for the Aam Aadmi Party, and Delhi is now all set to get its third female chief minister and also the youngest chief minister. Let us see what the people have to think about Atishi. Let's see if we can get talking to some people here. Sir, दिल्ली में अब नई मुख्यमंत्री आतिशी को बनाया गया है केजरीवाल जी के बाद. आतिशी के बारे में एज मुख्यमंत्री आपके क्या विचार हैं?
जैसे मैं जानता हूँ हमारे इधर कालकाजी क्षेत्र से वो हैं, चुनाव जीती हैं, और कुछ तो कारण होगा कि उन्हें चुना गया है. केजरीवाल जी ने उनको अगर चुना है तो उसके पीछे कुछ कारण ही होगा. एक तो वो उनके बारे में अगर आप जानेंगे, पढ़ी लिखी बहुत हैं और उनके फादर मदर दोनों प्रोफेसर हैं, और वो दिलो जान से जब केजरीवाल जी ये जो भी थे, जो केस चले, तो उन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी तरीके से संभाला मोर्चा को. जहाँ तक दिल्ली की बात है, अगर मैं बोलूँ तो केजरीवाल जी ने और उनकी पूरी टीम ने अच्छा काम किया. पर अगर मैं खुद अभी बोलूँ, मैं सेंटर के लिए ऑलवेज उनको देता हूँ वोट. मैं खुल के बोलता हूँ आपको, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. मोदी जी को और यहाँ के लिए, स्टेट के लिए ऑलवेज आपको देते हैं.
ऐसा क्यों सर? सेंटर और स्टेट में जो ये फ़र्क है वोटिंग का, और आप कालकाजी में भी हो, अभी मैं मान रही हूँ कि आप यहीं पे रहते हो, तो ऐसा क्यों कि कालकाजी में मतलब ऐसा क्या अच्छा काम किया या नहीं किया आतिशी जी ने?
नहीं मैडम, देखिए फ़र्क तो बहुत है, क्योंकि मेरी फैमिली बहुत पहले से, सबसे पहले कांग्रेस को वोट देती थी, मेरे फादर और पूरे के पूरे. उसके बाद फिर हमने बीजेपी को स्टार्ट किया.
जी, पर कालकाजी में सर क्या मतलब ऐसे है काम जो आपको लगता है कि हो रहा है जिसकी वजह से वो मुख्यमंत्री पद में भी अब अपने काम?
देखिए पहले एक तो लाइट का तो बहुत पहले की बात है. लाइट अब जैसे लाइट वाइट का कोई दिक्कत नहीं आता. पानी का भी मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई दिक्कत है यहाँ पे. पार्क देख लीजिए आप, और अंदर ये एक डिस्पेंसरी है, लोग जाते हैं, बेचारे बुजुर्ग जाते हैं, पेंशन उन्होंने लगा रखी है यहाँ पे. तो कहीं ना कहीं और अक्सर उनकी यहाँ विजिट होती रहती है, उनके आपसे कोई ना कोई आता जाता रहता है यहाँ.
जी, शुक्रिया सर. So what we're gauging right now from the people here, of course, is that this is your usual, early morning chai spot in Kalkaji, and here this man was telling us, who's a resident of Kalkaji, that while his voting patterns in the Lok Sabha elections may be different, but in the state elections he does vote in for the Aam Aadmi Party, and that the fact that Atishi, being a female and an educated woman chief minister, is something that he also looks forward to, what sort of work that she does, because as he mentioned that he believes that in Kalkaji, at least where she's the MLA from, she has done some really good work. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Tanushka, for bringing all those updates from Delhi and speaking to people as to what they think of the new chief minister. Let's move on now to Mumbai. Ganpati Visarjan festivities have come to an end. Vedant and Mumbaikars have bid farewell to Bappa after 10 days of celebration. But Mumbai's beaches are bearing the brunt of celebrations littered with remnants of grand immersion processions. In response, citizens and celebrities have united in a massive cleanup drive. But let's quickly go to Anuj, who is part of that cleanup drive, in fact, who is covering that cleanup drive. Anuj, over to you. We believe citizens, celebrities have come in large numbers as far as this cleanup drive in the beach is concerned.
We are live. Just a second.
We'll do properly, right?
Yes, I'm live, and we've got Mr. Ayushmann Khurrana here with us. Just a second. Yeah, we've got Ayushmann Khurrana with whom we'd like to have a word about this cleanliness drive. So just a second. Please tell me what do you say about the cleanliness? The cleanliness drive. एक मिनट उनका माइक फंस गया उनका.
All right, so as Anuj tries and get in a word there with Ayushmann Khurrana, Radhika, so this is something that we see, year after year, isn't it? Given the fact that, beaches have to really bear the brunt of the Ganesh Visarjan, though of course a lot of devotion attached to it, but it does cause a lot of harm to the environment, isn't it?
Absolutely, a lot of harm to the environment, which is why there is an attempt to use clay idols, natural colors, and of course artificial ponds, artificial lakes are something that BMC have also come up with, which were used in large numbers. However, they continue to use, many of the devotees, many of the citizens continue to use plaster of Paris, which is harmful for the environment. And there you see, those are the visuals of the cleanup drive happening early this morning at multiple beaches and shores in not just Versova, but also in Juhu and Dadar as well. Citizens have to come out and clean up this mess, and this happens every year, Vedant, which is quite unfortunate. Of course, there is a lot of awareness now. It is better than before, yet people continuing to use POPs, people continuing to use artificial colors and not really using the artificial sort of lakes and ponds that have been created. Unfortunately, all these beaches and shores bear the brunt of the litter every year, Vedant. We will try and go back to Anuj in just a bit. Of course, celebrities coming out in large numbers. Ayushmann Khurrana there. They are all equipped with gloves and bags, as you can see in those visuals. Volunteers are removing litter, but also raising awareness, Vedant.
That's right, and it's certainly a good initiative, but there is a lot of push for sustainability, given the fact that every year we see similar scenes in Mumbai. But why is it such a difficult task, Radhika, as somebody who has covered this for years? The use of biodegradable idols and natural decorations. Why is it such a big task to sort of bring sustainability into the festivities?
That's right. It is certainly challenging. Simply because of the number of people who take part in the festivities. The awareness is there, but not as much. Of course, BMC officials and several other authorities have been asking people to make sure they use natural products as far as these idols are concerned, clay idols to be used. But of course, plaster of Paris, is a most cost-friendly option, as far as several of the citizens are concerned. One of the reasons why they continue to use these artificial substances as well. If Anuj is back with us, we could go back to him, but I believe he's not with us. So yes, many are calling for a shift, Vedant, towards sustainable measures. Okay, Anuj is back with us. Yes, Anuj.
Yes, so the program here is just ended, and it saw massive participation of students from across. Yes, I can hear you. We had students from across the city present here participating in the cleanliness drive. This cleanliness drive, it began in the early hours of today morning at around 6 a.m. And since then, we saw several people clean up this beach. Now, this beach becomes an important part of Maharashtra's coastline because, whenever there is a survey done on which are some of the dirtiest and the most polluted beaches here in the state, Versova Beach, always ranks up high. Not just just Warsaw, but all the major Mumbai beaches, be it Giregaon Chowpatty, where a massive number of immersions take place, or even Juhu Beach, which is extremely popular amongst Mumbaikars, and Warsaw. These are the three of the dirtiest beaches here in Mumbai, which is why the cleanup drive here at this beach becomes so important. We saw the presence of several dignitaries, including the Bollywood actors, Amruta Fadnavis, and a couple of ministers from the Maharashtra cabinet, including the speaker as well. And it basically aimed at trying to create awareness amongst youth. As you can see, that there are a lot of students from different schools here in Mumbai. They had a competition and which was aimed at promoting the cause of cleanliness, especially in beaches. You can see people or students of extremely small age. They're all trying to put their best efforts, because it has been given it has been made to look like a competition which motivates the kids, and that is what has got them down here to clean the beaches here in Mumbai.
All right, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us with that. Heartening to see celebrities, youngsters all joining that beach cleanup drive, but certainly larger questions about how we can really bring in sustainability, when it comes to the Ganesh festival in Mumbai, because year after year, similar scenes. And well, with that, we'll slip to a short break now, but news continues right
With that,
here
we'll slip
on
into a
The
short
Breakfast
break. More updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day. Welcome back to our other big story. Amid growing child safety concerns, social media platform Instagram Vedant has come up with new safety norms for teens. very important announcement by Instagram. In fact, a far-reaching measure as far as the social media platform is concerned. These new teen accounts have special privacy controls, Vedant. In fact, we know for a fact that Instagram and several other platforms have come under a lot of flack and criticism over the fact that it was not taking up as many measures as far as the safety of teenagers are concerned. And so therefore, these measures have been taken. Many lawsuits were also filed, and Instagram had been playing down risks is something that several of these lawsuits had also said.
That's right. In fact, there's some growing child safety concerns, and who better to decode it than our in-house influencer, Arun Singh, who is now joining us live in the NDTV studio. So Arun, break it down for us. What does it really mean? You'll of course have stricter norms when it comes to children. You have better privacy controls, also some controls for parents, because there is a growing concern about the increased usage of Instagram and social media platforms, also exposure to content that perhaps is not age appropriate. So just break it down for us what these new measures entail.
Of course, the young generation, the Gen Z or Gen Alpha, is on the gram. So Instagram has come up with some special features of these teen accounts. First of all of these accounts will be private accounts by default. Then there'll be some messaging restrictions. Teens will be placed in the strictest messaging settings is what Instagram claims. But then there'll be some sensitive content restrictions as well. Now, there would be some kind of content which might not violate the content policy of Instagram, but it would still be sexually suggestive. So in those cases, Instagram will automatically restrict it for these teen accounts. And then there'll be limited interactions as well. Teens can only be tagged or mentioned by people they follow. I think this is a very interesting point. And automatically, Instagram will also be hiding words which might be offensive for teens, for young minds. And then very importantly, there'll be time limit reminders. Now remember, these reminders are also for us as well. I mean, we can also put these on app limits or on Instagram itself. But for teens, they'll get notification telling them to leave the app after 60 minutes each day, and then there'll be sleep mode. Now, this is something which is there for adults as well, which is called the quiet mode. And then you have sleep mode for teenagers here, where it will be turned on between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. So that's one aspect of it. But then there is a stricter version of it, which is the supervision, which I am tagging it as stricter, because in this one, parents will be able to supervise their teens' accounts. Now, why do I say that it's stricter? Because parents will get insights into who their teens are chatting with. Now, while they can't read their teens' messages, but they'll still be able to monitor who they are chatting with. So this, I think, is a bit strict. And then they can also set daily time limits for them. And then they can decide how much time their teen can spend on Instagram each day. And again, they can block teens from using Instagram for specific time periods as well, Vedant.
So that's interesting. In fact, the time limit aspect is quite interesting, not just for teens, but people like you and I as well. Given the fact that we end up spending so much time on the gram, particularly when we have influencers like yourself posting.
Doom scrolling.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what happens.
But we've seen always that there is a way to circumvent these restrictions, whether it's with other platforms of Meta or generally whenever we have these kind of norms. Kids do find a way to circumvent it. And how does Instagram really plan to verify their age? Because I think that has been something that came up, when the Australia government also came up with its sort of crackdown on social media, that there is a way to circumvent these restrictions.
Let's accept it, Vedant. When social media really began, and probably our generation, started being on it, and there were age restrictions, but a lot of us have lied about our age. We just, maybe we are putting the right birthday, but a wrong year. But to deal with that, what Instagram has done is that they have put video verification. So you'll have to verify your age by recording a video for them. Of course, it's a video selfie. And then you can ask mutual friends to verify your age as well. And they have collaborated with a company called Coyote, which specializes in online age verification. So they analyze the pixels of your face. So they say that they are not recording anything. They're not saving your data. They're not knowing what your identity is. But then they verify your age, Vedant.
All right, Arun, thanks very much for joining us with the very latest there and breaking it down for us. There are, of course, ways to circumvent it, but of course, as Arun is mentioning, certainly, a welcome step and a good way forward as far as child safety is concerned. Radhika, over to you. I believe we have a guest joining us as well.
That's right, Vedant. Let's go across to our guest, Mishi Chaudhary, General Counsel, Vitru Corporation founder. Mishi, thank you for joining us on NDTV on this very important topic. Of course, my first question to you is, of course, these guidelines have been issued. Now, could these restrictions on teen accounts change the way young users engage in the platform? That's one question. Of course, what is going to be the impact of this? How important was it? And what is going to be the impact and how effective are these guidelines going to be? Because as Vedant was pointing out, there could be ways to circumvent many of these rules and regulations as far as these social media platforms are concerned, because anonymity is what it is all about. So how effective are these changes going to be in terms of ensuring the safety and security of young users?
Thank you. I think the first thing, whether they're effective or not, we'll have to watch and observe a little bit for some time being to see how effective they are. However, we have seen that many of these apps have regularly exposed children and teenagers to bullying, to pedophiles, to some sexual extortion, and also content that promotes self-harm and eating disorders, which is why the US Surgeon General called for cigarette-like labels on social media to warn of the potential mental health risks. I will say that the US Senate has also passed a law called Kids Online Safety Act, which is coming up for discussion in the House this week. And many of the companies, what they try to do is, before a law can be passed, they try to come up with measures which they can then say, we are voluntarily doing a lot of it, we may not require a law for it. So because the entire issue has been ramped up, there's a lot of discussion. Parents have also expressed a lot of concern about these matters. So it is high time that apps actually take that into account. Some of these measures they should have done for a very long time, but Facebook or Meta, which has been the owner of these properties, I will say, have been saying that they are taking measures since 2007, because that was the first time people had started to complain that there is content which is available on their platform, which is harming young people. Now, as the guest earlier already said, I do think that in many of the countries, it is going to be possible that children are going to try and circumvent this verification method. Many of the kids already have two accounts. One is for parents, the other is for their friends and actual lives. And sometimes that's also beneficial if you are trying to figure out your sexuality or various other things. You want to be able to at least look up for some information. Having said that, the harm is real.
Yes.
And what has happened is that we have actually put a lot of pressure on parents. You decide whether you're going to give them a smartphone or not. You decide whether parental control has to happen or not. And these platforms are not like television.
Yes.
You know, like when we watch television and our parents said you can only watch it for an hour or so, they could control quite a bit.
Yes.
These platforms deploy methodologies as well as algorithms, which
I agree
make
with
it
you.
addictive.
It's a bit of a catch-22 there, given the fact that the times have changed and our control mechanisms perhaps also need to evolve with the changing times. But thanks very much, Mishi, and thanks, Arun, for being with us in studio. This, of course, is an extremely interesting story there, Radhika, fascinating, and it does have far-reaching consequences as well. But looking at the other big headline, well, what's
Absolutely.
happening to emergency? Yes, go ahead, Radhika.
No, absolutely. The next big headline is, of course, as far as the film Emergency is concerned, Vedant. And as you've been pointing out, trouble mounting for this film. It is in the eye of the storm. We know for a fact that Bombay High Court had been hearing petitions in connection to the film. Now, court notice to Kangana Ranaut.
That's right. In fact, the notice was issued by the Chandigarh court while hearing an application filed against Kangana Ranaut's film, and the court posted the matter for further hearing on December the 5th. Now, the application has been filed by the former president of the District Bar Association, but of course, as you said, trouble mounting there. He said that in addition to showing the image of Sikhs, in perhaps a distorted way in the film, many types of false allegations have been made against the Sikhs as well, Radhika.
Yes, absolutely. We know for a fact that Bombay High Court had been hearing the matter. It had asked the representations to be heard today by the CBFC, and then they have posted the matter to tomorrow as far as the release of the film is concerned. So some decision perhaps tomorrow. Let's go to Abira on this. Abira, of course, trouble mounting for emergency. Another court notice to actor Kangana Ranaut, even as courts are yet to make decisions as far as the release of the film is concerned.
Yes, Radhika, Chandigarh court has issued a. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So Chandigarh court has issued a petition a petition has been filed by Ravinder Singh Bassi, who has been an advocate himself. He's a former District Bar Association, former president of District Bar Association, and he has said that the petition has been filed because he thinks that the image of Sikh has been shown in a wrong way in the film. And also, like you said, Bombay High Court had told the CBFC that they need to certify the film by September 18th, and today is September 18th. I'm standing outside CBFC office, but the guard told me the CBFC office is closed today because of Eid. Tomorrow is the hearing, September 19th at the Bombay High Court. So we have to wait and watch what happens, but they are supposed to give us a certification after considering all the people who have said that the Sikh organization who have said that they want stay on this film. So they have to consider all of that and then certify the film by September 18th, that is today.
All right, Abira, thanks very much for joining us with the latest.
That's
there.
right.
So another notice has now been issued to Kangana Ranaut's film Emergency. This, as the release date, is still elusive. Moving now to our special report, where the Northeast has been the hot spot for the beautiful game football for decades now. And with the Durand Cup coming up to Meghalaya, the state is catching up to its neighbours as they set their path to establish Meghalaya as the next big hotspot in India's sporting landscape, Radhika.
That's right. Let's get you the special report filed by Osama Shah.
Shillong, the Scotland of the East, where the beautiful game is capturing hearts and inspiring dreams. The Durand Cup, Asia's oldest football tournament, arrived in Meghalaya. And with it, a new era of football excitement. The local team, Shillong Lajong, taking on the ISL's Northeast United FC. This after the underdogs beat the giants of the game East Bengal in their previous encounter. The Durand Cup has brought top teams and talents to Shillong, thrilling fans and showcasing the city's passion for football.
Shillong and the state as a whole are football lovers, and we are so thrilled to have had the support of the entire state, all the football fans. They have come out in huge numbers.
The people of Shillong are actually very lucky this time around, because the semi-final is being played here in Shillong. This is completely, electrifying atmosphere.
We as a state are very proud that we could host this Durand Cup
and government support for this Durand Cup. And as we can see, not only the government support, but the entire public support that we've received for this Durand Cup is truly amazing.
Grassroots growth is something that is at the heart of the state government. Meghalaya Deputy Chief Minister Preston Tinsong and Dr. Vijay Kumar, Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, lay out the plan for the growth of football in Meghalaya, which will later spread its wings across the other northeastern states as well.
Last year, the last financial year, we have a Football Mission 1. And again, this current financial year, we having Football Mission 2, where again, through this mission, I've seen the youth, both male and female. The response is too good. The local club and then even the association and up to the state level, they are so excited, and through this mission, so many things are being provided in the form of assistance.
This includes from planning to set up a top-class football academy to opening new stadiums across the state. To sending an athlete to the Olympic Games. The mission is to establish Meghalaya as the next big hotspot in India's sporting landscape. The emphasis is also on building an ecosystem that is inclusive in nature.
When you talk of ecosystem, the ecosystem encompasses a whole bunch of things, right? So you need the infrastructure, you need the coaches, you need the right financial support instruments, you need the competitive venues, you need to also bring international exposure. So basically the state government over the last few years has been doing all these things in a systematic way. So that's the level of infrastructure. Just you look at that, it's so inspiring that people think of that we can compete at a very high standard.
The Meghalaya government's big push for promoting sports has also blossomed into an elite program in which 11 athletes have been selected from a pool of 50,000 young talents. And they now train under Australian Olympian and former triple jumper Ian Campbell.
In athletics, for example, we are, we have tied up with Ian Campbell, the Australian Olympian, right? So he's training our youngsters. So we are picking up young kids at the age of 8 to 16, and we are trying to, groom them. So these are all the things that are happening, and of course giving some financial grants to various people, all the people who have to go and compete in. So I think this whole system has been streamlined. So today I think what we see is the results that we see, or the enthusiasm that we see is the result of that.
For an entire region that has seen militancy and insurgency since 1954, football as a sport has been a candle of hope, helping heal the wounds of many.
Football is in the fabric of the Northeast. It is not just a sport here, but it is also a part of the culture. It gives an escape to the youngsters. It gives them an opportunity to not just make a career out of this, but also to earn a living. It gives them hope that things are brighter on the other side.
We would like to create a permanent infrastructure for the benefit of our youth and to tap the potentiality that we have. And I'm very sure within few years from now, you'll see a lot of change, a lot of transformation happen in the state of Meghalaya. We need to really, have enough exposures, not only in India, even outside India. That is the intention, and that is the dream of the government.
The Durand Cup in Shillong is more than just a tournament. It's a catalyst for growth, inspiration, and a love for football that will last a lifetime. Meghalaya is kicking its way to the top, and the world is taking note. In Shillong, Osama Shah for NDTV.
Absolutely incredible to see how football is healing the wounds there in Shillong. But moving now to our other special report, while following India's successful campaign in the recently held Paris Paralympics, para-athletes from a cross-section of sports feel that there should be an attitudinal shift as well. Equal rights and infrastructural boost to support their sport is a must.
That's right. While recognitions and rewards have started coming their way, Vedant, they are voicing their need for a shift in how their sport is supported. So they're asking right now for better infrastructure, facilities, and equal opportunities. Anuj sends us this report from Mumbai.
India's most successful Paralympic campaign ever, with 29 medals in Paris, has given a renewed push to the hopes and aspirations of specially abled athletes. Like 38-year-old Nisha Gupta, who was paralyzed below her waist in a 2004 accident, but has since competed in multiple sports, from swimming to basketball, and broken barriers by becoming one of the country's first wheelchair model. Despite her accomplishments, Nisha faces constant challenges, limited facilities, lack of support, and minimal recognition.
मैं महाराष्ट्र की अगर बात करूँगी तो ग्राउंड लेवल पे अभी तक हमें महाराष्ट्र की जो भी प्लेयर्स हैं उनको कोई भी फैसिलिटी अभी तक नहीं मिली है. इवन जो भी नेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं, इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं, इसके बारे में कोई अवेयर नहीं है. अगर हमको इंटरनेशनल लेवल, नेशनल लेवल पे खेलना है तो हमें उतना फिटनेस चाहिए, उतना ज़रूरत है कि हम कहीं एकेडमी में जाके उतना प्रैक्टिस करें.
Nisha's story is similar to that of Bhavesh Trivedi, Maharashtra's wheelchair rugby team captain, who says even finding out about facilities for specially abled athletes like him was a challenge. Bhavesh believes the state's infrastructure is too underdeveloped for a sport like rugby.
There are many state level championships is happening. So we lack of sponsors, we lack of facilities that can be provided to the state athlete. We have to spend from our pocket to go over there, to spend on all the expenses for the stay, accommodation. Even we have to struggle very much to approach the concerned authorities or any kind of people who are interested in helping to the sports athlete.
Major Dhyan Chand Lifetime Achievement Award winner and former international badminton star Satya Prakash Tiwari. Satya Prakash Tiwari had his leg amputated at the age of 10 following a rail accident in 1981. Like other athletes, Mr. Tiwari feels there is a massive scope for infrastructure improvement for the specially abled.
उसमें एक मेरा व्यक्तिगत मत है कि जो एसोसिएशंस हैं उसमें जो पिछले जो दिव्यांग खिलाड़ी रहे हैं, पैरा खिलाड़ी, उनको अगर आप अधिक मात्रा में शामिल करें तो उनका अनुभव आपको ज़रूर मिलेगा. उनकी जो कमी रह गई, उनको जो कमी का एहसास हो गया वो बताएंगे तो आपको भी और उसमें ये डेवलप करने के लिए आपको अच्छा मतलब ये एक मिलेगा कि भाई हाँ ये चीज़ें ज़रूरी होती.
The specially abled athletes from Mumbai are of the opinion that India's tally in the future Paralympic competitions can grow even more if the government is successful in creating awareness about these games. Also, if the government is able to promise some good returns to the athletes in financial way or otherwise. They also demand for the creation of independent bodies to oversee the administration of Paralympic or specially abled sports and competitions in the country. With camera person Mahesh Halwai and Hemant, this is Anuj Raite reporting from Mumbai for NDTV.
All right, very important story there. Hope authorities take note, Vedant. Let's move on now. This is some update coming in from London. Plans to pedestrianize part of London's Oxford Street have been announced by capital's mayor. Sadiq Khan, in fact, said urgent action is needed to regenerate the famous high street, which was affected by a shift to online shopping and COVID-19 pandemic.
That's right. In fact, he said that Oxford Street was once the jewel in the crown of the Britain retail sector, but there's no doubt that it has suffered hugely over the last decade. The mayor's office has said that the plans to include turning the road into a traffic-free pedestrianised avenue and creating a beautiful public space has also been considered by the office. And with that, it's a wrap from us on The Breakfast Show. But Radhika, same time, same place tomorrow.
Absolutely. Same time, same place tomorrow with more news and updates. Till then, stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's
It's 9 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Jammu and Kashmir is geared for its first assembly elections in a decade with the first phase of polling that has started. Over 23 lakh voters will decide the fate of 219 candidates, including 90 independents who are running for 24 assembly segments, 8 in 3 districts of Jammu region and 16 in 4 districts of Kashmir Valley. Upheaval in Delhi as Atishi succeeds Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi now gets its youngest chief minister in Aam Aadmi Party's Atishi. The spokesperson to the chief minister says it's the rise that one has to look up to. The BJP calls Atishi's move and Atishi a puppet chief minister. More trouble for Kangana's emergency as the Chandigarh court issues a notice. Meanwhile, the censor board is yet to clear the stand on objections against the movie in the Bombay High Court. India has displaced China as the world's largest MSCI emerging market. As of the end of August, India is now in the pole position across EM markets as per MSCI IMI. Hundreds of pagers belonging to Hezbollah members exploded simultaneously across Lebanon, killing 9 people and injuring more than 3,000 in an attack that the Iran-backed militia blamed on Israel. In fact, reports suggest that Israel's spy agency Mossad planted explosives inside pagers. After the farewell to Ganpati, a clean-up drive now on in Mumbai. Citizens and the municipal body come together for this massive clean-up drive across beaches and water bodies. Well, a big focus, the first assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir since the abrogation of Article 370 in August 2019. It's the break of a new dawn in Jammu and Kashmir with assembly elections in the valley after 10 years. It's day 1 of polling with 24 constituencies going to polls today. The key faces in the fray are Iltija Mufti, Dr. Bashir Ahmed and Sunil Sharma. In fact, it's past 9 a.m. We are trying to get in touch with my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who's supposed to join us for a quick update on what the turnout has been like this morning. But we also have reactions coming in from political leaders, reactions that are being lined up for you as we speak. I'm told Nazir Masoodi is with us now. Nazir, it's past 9 a.m. Give us a sense of what the turnout has been like so far.
Well, pictures speak for themselves, and this is the election 2024 Assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir. People have been waiting for since long. It is the first election in Jammu and Kashmir after abrogation of Article 370 and the J&K was stripped of its statehood. It is the first election under the Youth Union Territory system, and it is the first election which is happening after a gap of 10 years, which is the longest gap between 2 assembly elections in the electoral history of Jammu and Kashmir. I'm here at a place called Bello, which is in Pulwama district. You just can see the long lines, long queues. Let me go to the other side and show you this side also. Let me show this side. So kind of enthusiasm and participation since morning. And this is the kind of just participation of the people. And these people will decide the fate of 219 candidates who are in the fray for 24 assembly constituencies. And 40% of the candidates are independents, though it appears to be very high, but it's not unusual in the electoral history of Jammu and Kashmir. I remember in 2008 assembly elections, the number of independents was much higher than this. Look at this, and some of the elders, they have been waiting for their turn for so long that they have to sit here because they could not stand for so long. So that is the kind of wait they have. They have to wait for long. Look at this side. Let's pan this camera to this side. So men, women, jostling at each other and waiting for their turn to cast their vote. So this is the election people have been waiting for, because over the last more than 6 years, Jammu and Kashmir has been without any elected government, and it was run by the bureaucracy and a lieutenant governor. And regional parties have been saying it is the rule which has been thrusted on them, and they have been saying, look, hold the elections and people will decide their future and who are going to rule them. There are star candidates, for example, important, like you have Iltija Mufti from Bijbara. She is Mahbub Mufti's daughter. You have Shugan Parihar, a victim of terror, and her father and uncle have been killed during militant attacks. She is contesting as a BJP candidate from Kishtiwar. And here in Rajpura constituency, you have one candidate, Ghulam Mohiddin Mir, who is also a victim of terror. His father was killed by militants, and he has himself survived more than a dozen militant attacks. One of the attack was near the polling station also in 2018. So there are also candidates who are booked under UAPA anti-terror law. They are also contesting. There are also candidates who are linked with the Jamaat Islami, though it's a banned organization under UAPA since 2019. But we see the organization members are contesting, and the Jamaat has also entered into a poll alliance with the Awami Ittihad Party of Engineer Rashid. So in some ways, some says it can't get murkier than this. But the fact is, this is the first election after abrogation of 370, and people would decide who are they giving thumbs up, whether they want thumbs up, give thumbs up to the abrogation of 370, or they will reject. Let me talk to young voter. First time voter hai, aapka naam kya hai?
This is my second vote. Yes.
When have you voted last?
I have already voted for the parliamentary.
But it is first vote in assembly election.
This is my first vote in assembly elections.
Okay. And the number of 30% voters are below the age of 29 years, which means since the elections have happened, last assembly elections have happened in 2014, and election is happening after 10 years, which means they will be voting for the first time, even those who are 29-year-old in assembly election. Kya issues hai? What are the issues in this election?
First of all, I'm very thankful to the Honorable Supreme Court of India that we have been given a chance to participate in these assembly elections. And issues will be that we are facing unemployment here in Kashmir. There are so many problems, like in health sector, in education sector. We want employment here. That is why we are casting our vote.
Your employment, you see, is the key issue.
Yes, that is the key issue that we are facing here in Kashmir.
Are you hopeful that every party has actually promised employment in their manifesto?
We are expecting good from them, as it is already in their manifestos in every party's. Yeah, we are
hoping. That is why you see these long queues. So, क्या मुद्दे हैं भैया?
वोट डालना है ज़रूरी, क्योंकि 2014 से जो गवर्नमेंट आई उन लोगों ने हमें बहुत प्रॉब्लम की, बीजेपी के साथ कोalition की, बहुत प्रॉब्लम हुई। यहाँ 35A जो हमारा था अपना हक और जो हमारा हक था वो हमें छीन लिए। हमको बहुत परेशानी है, इधर बेरोजगारी बहुत बड़ी है, बिजली है बहुत महंगी होगी और पानी भी नहीं है, बहुत मुद्दे हैं इस टाइम।
So unemployment and the issues. That is the point. You vote, they are saying garibu ko koi, nobody cares about poor, and poor needs to be taken care of. That is the sentiment here in this. You can see perhaps this is unprecedented, these scenes in elections where so many people are waiting for their turn to cast their vote. This is the celebration of democracy here in the first phase of assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, here in Pulwama.
As always, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with the ground report from Pulwama and catching all the action live for us. As Nazir Masoodi is reporting, after speaking to people on the ground, unemployment, the supply of electricity and water, the poor and downtrodden needing upliftment, all these are key issues this election. Also, for further clarity, we have with us editor of the Dispatch, Zafar Chaudhry, joining us on NDTV 24/7. Also with us, National Coordinator of the Lokniti Network, Sandeep Shastri. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for making time for us. Mr. Chaudhry, I'd like to begin with you first. This time, high voter turnout doesn't seem to be the sole marker of legitimacy as it was in the past. But as per ground reports, instead, the widespread interest and involvement in the electoral process are truly significant?
It's indeed highly significant. It's a great win for democracy because after the constitutional changes in 2019, it was widely feared that people might, get completely disenchanted with the democratic process. But earlier this year in the Lok Sabha election, the kind of participation that we saw just established the fact that people have deepened their faith in the democratic process. And I think this is a great win for the government at New Delhi as well, because they can showcase to the country and to the world that look how Kashmiri people are queuing up to the polling stations. And I'm sure, but these assembly elections, the voter turnout is going to be much higher than the Lok Sabha elections. The first round of the trend should be out in a while, and that will suggest that how people have been queuing up before the polling station. I've traveled across some of the areas in the poll-bound regions of Jammu and Kashmir, and I have seen elections over the last 25 years, but I can say that the kind of enthusiasm, the kind of excitement that I've seen in these elections, I haven't been seen before in any of the elections. Yes, studio.
Right. Mr. Shastri, let's bring you in as well. You've heard Sir saying that the enthusiasm this time is truly significant, but one of the major concerns has been, irrespective, whether the now Union Territories people show up in enthusiasm to step out and actually vote. History has shown that voter turnout has fluctuated dramatically in Jammu and Kashmir's assembly elections as well.
You are right in what you said, and that is expected given the political context of the election. And I think what's important is to understand the winds of change that you are possibly seeing in Jammu and Kashmir. In the chill of an emerging winter, you have the warmth and energy of an enthusiastic electoral participation. And this by itself, I think, is a positive sign. Of course, the momentum will have to be sustained and retained. People have come out to vote with enthusiasm. People would express their views through their vote. And then the expectation would be that once the election is over, once the results are out, once the government is formed, the expectations of the people would then have to be fulfilled. And that, for me, would be the real challenge. Enthusiasm of the voter, very, very, very visibly there. But will this enthusiasm translate itself into action on the ground? Will this enthusiasm translate itself into the fulfillment of the aspirations of the people? Because if that were not to happen, we could see experiences of the past again surfacing. So I think that is critical. Conducting an election successfully is one thing. Expressing the people's mandate is another thing. Taking that logically forward through actions, I think, is the third and most important thing that people will be looking forward to.
Gentlemen, we have a reaction lined up for our viewers from Omar Abdullah. Let's just listen in to what Mr. Abdullah had to say.
हम तो ये उम्मीद करेंगे कि जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस का गठबंधन है, जिसमें सीपीएम का भी एक उम्मीदवार मिलके हमारे साथ इलेक्शन लड़ रहा है, वोट जो हैं हमारे उम्मीदवार को पड़ेंगे, लेकिन फ़ैसला तो वोटरों ने करना है। हमने अपनी तरफ से कोशिश की कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर को लेके आगे 5 साल के लिए हमारा एजेंडा है, उसको हम लोगों तक पहुंचाएं, वोटरों तक पहुंचाएं, और जहां तक हो सके हमने किया है। बाकी देखें क्या होता है। अब इन चुनावों की अहमियत तो मतलब जितनी उस पर बात करें कम है। पहले तो जैसे आपने कहा 10 साल के बाद, उसके बाद ये मतलब 10 साल तो चलिए बीत गए, लेकिन इन 10 साल के अरसे में बहुत कुछ बदला। जम्मू कश्मीर के 2 हिस्से हुए, लद्दाख हमसे अलग किया गया, यूटी का दर्जा हमें दिया गया, इस बात के बावजूद कि हमें समझ नहीं आता उसका फ़ायदा क्या मिला हमें। 5 अगस्त 2019 जो जम्मू के साथ हुआ, जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ, वो हम भूले नहीं। तो हर लिहाज से देखें तो ये चुनाव अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
Right, that's the latest reaction we have from Mr. Abdullah, lined up for our viewers. Mr. Chaudhary, some are arguing that this Jammu and Kashmir Assembly election is reminiscent of the 1977 elections. Do you agree?
Well, 1977 election was, in a way, a very important election when, that's considered in the electoral history of Jammu and Kashmir a first free and fair election. But there wasn't the kind of political transition, that the kind of transition we are seeing at this moment. There has been a political environment before 2019 when the constitutional changes were carried out. And then there is another political environment after 2019.
Right.
The kind of competition in this election is the political forces before 2019 and after 2019. So I think the kind of enthusiasm, the one thing that people of Jammu and Kashmir want to see is that once they cast vote, they should see the restoration of the state. In 1977, that was a kind of, validity for the Kashmir agreement that Sheikh Abdullah had done with Indira Gandhi. He had given up the struggle that he had carried out for 22 years. So that was the kind of an acknowledgement, a validity for that thing. So in 2024, the BJP would like to see this as a validity for its action in 2019. But at the same time, the regional parties would call out the voters to express their views against the actions of 2019. So let the verdict come out and see how people react to these changes over the last 5 years.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhary, for making time for us and joining us on NDTV. We will, of course, be reverting to you for regular ground updates. Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment from West Bengal, where doctors are continuing their protest at the RG Kaur Hospital. Doctors are pushing for the Health Secretary's removal, I'm being told. Tanushka Datta is getting us his breaking news information. Tanushka, what details can you disclose to our viewers at the moment?
Right, Parmeshwar. So the junior doctors of the West Bengal Doctors Front in Kolkata, all across Bengal actually, are not calling off with their protests yet. They're going to continue with their strike as they believe that their demands have not been met yet. So what the doctors are claiming at this point is that, remember, this is after the fifth meeting, the fifth time that the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, tried to meet with the doctors, and they finally agreed upon a meeting. And in the fifth try, they met and they had their deliberations. And after these deliberations, the DME, the Director of Medical Examinations, the Director of Health Services as well as the DCP North in Kolkata were suspended by the Chief Minister and the West Bengal government. However, one demand of the doctors was not met with, which is the demand for the removal of the Health Secretary. And because of this, owing to this demand not being met, the Junior Doctors Front has decided that they will continue with their protests and their strike until all of their demands are not met.
Well, as always, Tanushka, thanks so much for joining us with the latest breaking news information coming in. As my colleague Tanushka Datta is reporting, the doctors have said that they will continue their protest till all their demands are met. I'm told the doctors are expected to send a letter to the Bengal Chief Secretary, and they seek a further dialogue with the government in West Bengal. The doctors are pushing for the removal of the Bengal Health Secretary. Protesting junior doctors, in fact, say they will continue their protest till all of their demands are met. Their work will not continue till they actually send this letter to the Chief Secretary for more dialogue with the government, and till their demands are all agreed upon. With that, let's turn our attention now to the national capital. The front runner was the chosen one. In an expected turn of events, the Aam Aadmi Party Legislative Party elected Finance and Education Minister Atishi as its leader. The 43-year-old is the youngest Chief Minister Delhi has had. It's paved the way for her to become the 8th Chief Minister of Delhi. The Aam Aadmi Party boss Arvind Kejriwal quit as Delhi's Chief Minister in favour of colleague Atishi, capping a dramatic 4 days following his release on bail in the liquor policy case. Tanushka Datta has been tracking all the latest developments for us. Tanushka, the BJP has been hitting out, calling Atishi a dummy chief minister already. They've slammed her background. But take us through all the reactions as Atishi steps into Mr. Kejriwal's big shoes.
Right, Parmeshwar, we have Delhi's third woman chief minister who is all set to, take charge, and also the youngest chief minister in Delhi as well. Talking of, being the youngest chief minister, let us get talking to some of the youth present here in Delhi about what do they think about Delhi's youngest chief minister. Atishi ji को मुख्यमंत्री का पद दिया गया है अब, तो उस पे आपके क्या विचार है? What is your understanding or expectation?
मैम, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सर केजरीवाल को तो रिज़ाइन देना नहीं चाहिए था, बट लास्ट फ्यू मंथ से जिस हिसाब से उनके सर्कमस्टेंसेस रहे थे केजरीवाल के, कि वो कई बार जेल जा रहे हैं और कई बार उनकी इमेज पे भी कई बार दाग लगाए गए हैं, तो एक तो ये देखा जाए उन्हें देना भी चाहिए था और नहीं भी देना चाहिए था केजरीवाल जी। और बात है जब न्यू चीफ मिनिस्टर की, तो अब वो तो टाइम ही बताएगा कि न्यू चीफ मिनिस्टर किस तरीके से। अब वो वैसे तो वो वेल एजुकेटेड है और उन्हें पता है कि लोगों का क्या ओपिनियन है और क्या परेशानी है आजकल। अब जैसे केजरीवाल सर ने दिल्ली में एजुकेशन को लेके जो उन्होंने चीज़ें करी पिछले 10 साल में।
Atishi also holds the portfolio of education. Exactly. तो उस पे भी you being a student as well, and now she's be the chief minister for this interim period. What are your expectations?
बेसिकली माई एक्सपेक्टेशन अबाउट दैट कि आजकल के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जैसे दिल्ली में NSDC जो है, नेशनल स्किल डेवलपमेंट कोर्स, उन्हें वो ज़्यादा जल्दी से प्रमोट करना चाहिए स्कूल्स में, ज़्यादा 11th और 12th में, क्योंकि बहुत से बच्चे ऐसे तरीके से होते हैं जो 11th 12th में आर्ट्स ले लेते हैं, बट उन्हें जब वो लाइफ में आगे बढ़ते हैं, स्कूल लाइफ से बाहर निकलते हैं, तो उन्हें रियलाइज़ होता है कि हाँ, मेरे को कॉमर्स लेनी चाहिए थी या साइंस।
Right, so you believe Atishi should come in and, give a boost to these sort of... All right. Thank you. So let us see if we can talk to some more students here. Hi, ma'am, if you could please tell us your name and what are you as a woman yourself? Atishi will be the third woman chief minister of Delhi. How are you feeling about that?
Actually, my name is Kajal and I'm feeling very dignified that she was a third chief minister of India. Delhi, sorry. देखते हैं, मतलब अच्छा तो नहीं लग रहा कि केजरीवाल सर ने रिज़ाइन कर दिया, लेकिन अब देखते हैं वो।
अच्छा क्यों नहीं लग रहा है?
क्योंकि उन्होंने इतनी सारी हमें अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ प्रोवाइड की है, जैसे उन्होंने बस फ्री करी एंड और भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन अब देखते हैं कि थर्ड वो बनी है तो क्या करेंगी। ऑब्वियसली वो अच्छा ही कुछ करना चाहती है, करना चाहेंगी।
You being a student yourself when you're young as well, Atishi जी ने एजुकेशन का पोर्टफोलियो भी हैंडल करती थी, वो आपकी क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है? you're in school or you're in college, how have the facilities been like and what do you expect कि बेटर हो सकता है या है बेटर?
नहीं, अभी जैसे चल रहा है कि अभी तो बेटर ही चल रहा है, मतलब ऐसा कोई वो नहीं है इशू एजुकेशन को लेकर, लेकिन अगर मतलब अगर वो और अच्छा कुछ प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स के लिए, कॉलेजेस के लिए, तो वुड बी बेटर।
So this is what we're gauging right now from some of the students here at the bus stop, that Atishi, they're all looking forward to her becoming the chief minister, and of course, as they all mentioned, that they're all saddened by the fact that Arvind Kejriwal gave in their resignation because they believe that they did get a lot of facilities and services from the Aam Aadmi Party government led by Arvind Kejriwal.
As always, Tanushka, thank you so much for joining us with that update and all the ground reactions. Meanwhile, our special election focused today on Jhajjar Assembly constituency in Haryana, which is a reserved seat. The BJP has a tough challenge from Congress's Geeta Bhukkal, who won both in 2014 and 2019. The BJP's candidate is Kaptan Birdhana. Aam Aadmi Party has fielded Mahendra Singh, and the JJP has put up Naseeb Sonu. Here's a look at the contest there.
In reserved Jhajjar Assembly constituency in Haryana, the BJP has a tough challenge from Congress's Geeta Bhukkal, who won both in 2014 and 2019.
I think I'm very comfortable in Jhajjar because for 10 years I was in opposition and I have raised the issue of each and every subject in Vidhan Sabha, maybe in Vidhan Sabha, outside the Vidhan Sabha also. And continuously we are in touch with the people of my constituency and their problems. Already I have tried my best, maybe in opposition, but I have tried my best to solve the problems, and I have raised the issue in Vidhan Sabha also. I have talked to the officers also, and the people of my constituency, Jhajjar, they are very comfortable with us, and the Congress position is very strong. And I am the candidate of the Jhajjar constituency, and I am really thankful to the Congress High Command, especially our leader Rahul Gandhi ji, our AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge ji.
In 2014, there were 1,58,202 electors, of which 84,401 were male and 73,801 were female. Voter turnout in 2014 was over 67%. So what do people in Jhajjar want?
यहाँ पे समस्या ना सफाई सफाई है न और कुछ है, बहुत समस्या है यहाँ पे। हमारे पर कप्तान विधान साहब आएंगे तो ये समस्या दूर करेंगे, हम तो यही चाहते हैं।
आम आदमी को क्या चाहिए? बिजली, पानी और रोड। कमा के तो खुद खा रही है, नेता के भरोसे नहीं बैठी जनता।
The BJP candidate against Congress's Geeta Bhukkal is Kaptan Birdhana. He has contested in 2014 as an independent, getting 5,000 votes. He is believed to be close to former Haryana Minister O.P. Dhankar.
यहाँ पर जो प्रत्याशी रहा और जो कैंडिडेट भी बना और जो विधायक भी बना, गीता भुक्कल जी, जिनके पास शिक्षा मंत्रालय भी रहा और स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय भी रहा, लेकिन लोगों को जो एक उम्मीद होती है कि जनता का प्रतिनिधि जनता के लिए होता है और जनता के लोगों के बीच में रहे, विकास का काम भी करे, लेकिन उन उम्मीदों पे विधायक जी खरे नहीं उतरे।
Aam Aadmi Party has fielded Mahendra Singh, and the JJP has put up Naseeb Sonu, who polled the third highest votes in 2014.
The voters of this constituency, they are expecting there should be more development of this area, and at the same time they say youth must get employment. That is the challenge before these politicians who are contesting from the election, and let's see which leader will be able to win this election from this constituency and whether he will be able to come up to the expectations of the voter or not. That is yet to be seen. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Jhajjar, Haryana.
Meanwhile, India has taken the leadership position in MSCI's gauge for emerging markets by topping China, which could attract foreign inflows into the country amid peak valuations. This was long anticipated, given the narrowing gap between the two countries' weights in the benchmark index since 2020. But India is now the largest emerging market per MSCI, the investable large, mid and small cap criteria, whilst China's weight has fallen by half since peaking in early 2021, Morgan Stanley has said in its latest note that's been released on the 17th of September. Harsh Saitha joins us live at the moment, my NDTV Profit colleague, for the lowdown. Harsh, Morgan Stanley's clearly said India's nominal GDP growth rate is thrice of China's.
Absolutely, Parmeshwar, we've got it spot on, and hence the bullishness. So what you're essentially hearing from Morgan Stanley is that India's growth outperformance will also impact markets, and it already is impacting markets. In fact, in terms of global, the weightage on the global index, India is now ahead of China at 2.35 versus China's 2.24 in terms of percentage weightage. US, of course, having a bulk of that, 60+%. Now, in terms of why this is so, one, India is now the 6th largest market globally. It's narrowly behind France at the moment. It's displaced China, of course, we spoke about that. India will continue to gain share, and that's because of the market outperformance we've seen. Especially since 2021, the outperformance between India and China has been very stark, and that is visible, and that's really what has impacted this particular move and this particular sort of favoritism that India has over China. It's also the liquidity in Indian markets. They far outweigh China. So one is, of course, your growth expectations much better in India. Second is the kind of market outperformance we've seen Indian markets do versus China. And third is the kind of liquidity we currently have and the interest in Indian markets. And those are three key factors which are actually helping India trump China in that sense. And therefore, Morgan Stanley more, or rather overweight India, underweight China on that count.
As always, Harsh, thanks so much for breaking down the latest details for us. With that, let's turn our attention now to the latest details coming in from Punjab. A district court in Chandigarh has issued a notice to actor and BJP MP Kangana Ranaut over her controversial film Emergency. In fact, advocate Ravinder Singh Bassi, who's the former president of the District Bar Association, has filed an application claiming the actor tried to tarnish the image of Sikhs in her film. Besides showcasing a wrong image of Sikhs, the film features several false allegations against the community. This is what the advocate has argued, seeking to register a case against Kangana Ranaut. The court is expected to take up the matter again on the 5th of December. I'm told Gurpreet and Abira are with us for the latest update. Let's go across to my colleague Gurpreet first. Gurpreet, take our viewers through exactly what the advocate has said in his petition.
Well, we have seen Kangana Ranaut, who is also member parliament. Her movie Emergency has already come under the scanner. We have seen a lot of questions are being raised by the Sikh community on this movie, which was made by Kangana Ranaut, member parliament. She has already tried to portray Sikhs in this movie, and what we have learned from this complainant Ravinder Singh Bassi, who is the former president of District Bar Association, he has already lost a case in the district court saying that she was trying to portraying the negative image of the Sikhs. At the same time, he says she has shown Sikhs in a wrong manner in the movie. So what we have learned earlier also, Shiromani Akali Dal from Delhi, they had already sent a notice to film board saying that she was trying to tarnish the image of Sikh community. Today we have seen there is another development in this case, and finally the court has taken notice of this petition which was filed by the former district president Ravinder Singh Bassi, and now the notice has already been issued and next hearing will be taken place on 5th of December. So let's see that how the case will be continuing, but as of now we have seen there was a lot of reaction which were coming from the Sikh community. They are saying this emergency movie should be banned and it should not be released at any cost because it is giving negative historical aspects against the Sikh community. So let's see how the court will be taking this case and on December 5th what will be happening in this case. But as of now it seems the notice which has been issued to the member parliament Kangana Ranaut, how she is going to respond to this notice which was issued by the district court of sector 43 Chandigarh.
As always, Gurpreet, thanks so much for joining us with the latest updates. As my colleague Gurpreet is reporting, besides showcasing a wrong image of Sikhs, the film features several false allegations against the community as per the advocate. We also have with us Abira for a quick update. Abira, with no approval from the Central Board of Film Certification, it's still not clear when the movies will hit the screens, right?
Absolutely. The Bombay High Court had told CBFC to certify the film. Keep in mind the objections that have been raised by September 18th. Today is September 18th. And nothing has come across yet. We have not heard from CBFC. Most likely what comes across now is maybe CBFC will ask for more time tomorrow from Bombay High Court to certify the film. So I think there's more delay which we can see coming up for emergency.
Thanks so much, Abira, for joining us with that brief update. Meanwhile, there's a big beach cleanup currently on in Mumbai. This cleanup is happening a day after Ganpati Visarjan. So after the farewell to Ganpati, a cleanup drive currently on in Mumbai. Citizens are involved. The municipal body has come together for this cleanup across beaches and water bodies. My colleague Anuj Raithe has been tracking the cleanup drive. Listen into his report.
Here we are at the Warsaw beach with a few volunteers who've been working on this cleanliness drive, trying to clean one of the dirtiest beaches, not just in Mumbai or the Konkan region, but the entirety of Maharashtra. And I've got 3 of these volunteers who've been working tirelessly since morning. I'd like to have a little conversation with them. Ma'am, first of all, tell me, when did this cleanliness drive start today? And how have you been trying to clean this beach?
So this is my first year. These gentlemen have been doing it for a very long time, and I think it's a very noble cause because we need to worry about our environment, and we need to, I would highly recommend that let's start using, mitti ka Ganpati, because the Ganpati is distorted and, it's disrespectful. So, but beach cleanup is primary because it's our pride, it's our city. If I have to keep my house clean, I have to keep my beach also clean. So that's all.
Okay. So you tell me, as ma'am said, that you've been doing this for quite some time now. Tell me about how your experience has been in cleaning the beaches. ये आपका experience कैसा रहा है? और खास करके गणेश चतुर्थी के बाद जो ये हम visuals दिखते हैं, ये काफ़ी sad और काफ़ी दुखी करने वाले visuals, तो इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए कि ऐसा कितने सारा मिलता है आपको beaches में?
देखो, पिछले कई सालों से हम 2017 से ये चीज़ कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसा है कि काफ़ी ईयर बाय ईयर ये चीज़ें इम्प्रूव हुई हैं। बिकॉज लास्ट ईयर हम आए थे तो काफ़ी मूर्ति थी, अभी मूर्ति कम हो गई है। सो हम खाली ये एक रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि क्या बोलते हैं उसको, एनवायरनमेंट को क्लीन रखने के लिए मूर्ति ये जो है इको फ्रेंडली ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बनाए, बिकॉज ये जो काफ़ी जो ये ग्रास वाला मटेरियल है दैट्स मोर हार्मफुल फॉर द एनवायरनमेंट। सो वील जस्ट मेक अ रिक्वेस्ट दैट आप जितना इको फ्रेंडली बना सकते हो, दैट्स इट। एंड
सर, वर्सोवा बीच जो है वो मुंबई के या फिर भारत के भी सबसे ज़्यादा डर्टीएस्ट बीचेस में से एक माना जाता है, तो क्योंकि कंसिडरिंग कि आपका यहाँ क्लीन अप करने का एक्सपीरियंस वगैरह हुआ, तो आपको किस किस तरीके का डर्ट यहाँ पे मिलता है और आपके हिसाब से मेन कारण क्या है और इसको किस तरीके से हम लोग रोक सकते हैं?
ज़्यादातर ये है कि ड्यूरिंग फेस्टिवल्स ना पीपल थ्रो द मिल्क बैग ऑल्सो। वो हम देख रहे हैं कि बहुत से प्लास्टिक के बैग्स जो अंदर पड़े हुए हैं, दैट्स अ मोर हार्मफुल। और पीओपी के जो है ये मूर्तियाँ हैं जो काफ़ी टूट सी गई हैं और उनको जो हम रिस्पेक्टफुली ला के एक जगह पे रख रहे हैं, क्योंकि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने इसको उठा के लेके आना। जहाँ बहुत से ऐसे हैं कि प्लास्टिक बैग्स जो है हम देखते हैं, ये हम रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे लोगों से कि ड्यूरिंग विसर्जन जब आते हैं कई दूध ऑफर करते हैं और बैग और चाय के कप्स, छोटे कंटेनर्स वहीं पे फेंक के चले जाते हैं। वो कम से कम डस्टबिन पड़े हैं, हर एक मैं देख रहा हूँ कि हर एक 100 मीटर पे डस्टबिन पड़ा है, वहाँ पे जाके फेंको तो बेटर है। लोग ऐसी हम देख रहे हैं अंदर तक जो है गया हुआ है, वो काफ़ी रेती में, काफ़ी मतलब सैंड में एकदम दबा हुआ है। इन चीज़ों को जो है थोड़ा पब्लिक अवेयरनेस हो तो ज़्यादा अच्छा है, क्योंकि इट्स रियली डैमेजिंग दिस थिंग।
We see these are the residents of Mumbai who've been living here and have been cleaning these beaches time and again, year in, year out, and they've got just one appeal to make. People should enjoy their festivals to the fullest possible extent, but by making sure that the beaches, which are in a way identity of this city, are kept safe, are kept clean, and are worthy enough for other people to come to the city and have a look at them, rather than throwing our very dear Ganesh idols in the sea like this. With camera person Hemant, this is Anush Raiti reporting for NDTV 24/7 from Mumbai.
News and updates continue in a moment, right after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Jammu and Kashmir is geared up for its first assembly elections in a decade, with the first phase of polling that has started. Upheaval in Delhi as Atishi succeeds Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi gets its youngest chief minister in Aam Aadmi Party's Atishi. BJP calls Atishi a puppet chief minister. More trouble for Kangana Ranaut's film Emergency as Chandigarh court issues a notice. Meanwhile, the censor board is yet to take a stand on the objections and clear the film. India has displaced China as the world's largest MSCI EM market. As of the end of August, India is now in the pole position across EM markets as per MSCI IMI.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Welcome back. Well, it felt like a science fiction film, a Lebanese resident had said. At almost exactly the same time, 3 p.m. local time yesterday, pagers exploded all over Lebanon, leaving hideous gashes and wounds on the heads, hands and hips of their owners. The significance of the attack quickly became clear. These pagers were being used by members of Hezbollah, the Lebanese militant movement that has been fighting an undeclared war with Israel since October. The Israeli military has not commented on this attack yet, but reports suggest that Israel's spy agency Mossad planted explosives inside pagers. US officials say there's no US involvement in this at all. We are still to hear from Israel at the moment, but here's what Matthew Miller had to say.
Information on this incident. I can tell you that the U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. was not aware of this incident in advance, and at this point we're gathering information.
Mohammad Ghazali has been tracking the finer details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, as we've been speaking about it, Israel has been using digital technologies to target members of Hezbollah for months. But this attack, it's unlike anything we've seen before, right? And it appears to have struck a new kind of blow.
Yeah, certainly a very unprecedented one in the modern warfare. If you see the recent history since the creation of Israel, and it can only be compared to what we saw in the Six-Day War back in 1967, a kind of preemptive strike, which we call in the terms of warfare. And back in 67, Israel had launched an aerial strike, destroying all the aircraft of Syria and Egypt in 1967 in a preemptive strike. And compared to that, this is much more sophisticated, where you don't have to deploy your men on the ground to get this damage done or inflict this damage on Hezbollah. But what is more concerning or interesting is that how Israel has managed to plant those explosive devices on the pager. And what we are being told from multiple sources is that in the recent past, in the recent months, basically, Hezbollah had received a consignment of 5,000 1,000 such pagers, and before that consignment could be handed over to Hezbollah, perhaps in between, before it was handed over, Israel managed to breach that consignment, plant the explosive device, and then through some technical advancements or engaging some technical expertise, they managed to trigger a blast simultaneously at one go on multiple pages. Now what it has done is that certainly it has exposed all those people who were using those pages. It gives Israel a vital information of the people who are involved with Hezbollah, who are working with Hezbollah on ground, and also very surprisingly Iran's ambassador to Lebanon is also injured. So perhaps he was also using the pager, or he was close to a person who was using that pager, which is generally used by Hezbollah. And also how Israel has done it, it's certainly unprecedented, but it has also sent out a message that how compromised the axis of resistance is when it comes to communication channels. Because we saw what happened with Ismail Haniyeh in July. He was in Iran. Reports suggest that perhaps his WhatsApp was compromised or was being under surveillance by the Israel, and they killed him there. And then this particular attack in Lebanon.
In fact, for Israel to embed an explosive trigger within the new batch of pagers, they would have likely needed access to the supply chain of these devices, is what's being pointed out as well. But thanks so much, Ghazali, as always, for joining us with the latest. Israel has a long history of carrying out sophisticated remote operations, ranging from intricate cyber attacks to remote-controlled machine guns targeting leaders in drive-by shootings, suicide drone attacks, and the detonation of explosions in secretive underground Iranian nuclear facilities. Let's just take a look at previous operations that have been attributed to Israel. If we go to July 2024, Beirut and Tehran strikes. Israeli strikes killed Fawad Shukr, a top Hezbollah commander in Beirut, and Ismail Haniyeh, a Hamas leader in Tehran. Israel acknowledged the Beirut strike but did not confirm involvement in Tehran. As far as the Gaza Strip strike is concerned, a massive Israeli strike targeted Hamas's military commander Mohammed Daif in southern Gaza, killing at least 90 people, including children, toddlers. Hamas claimed Daif survived, but Israel later confirmed his death. In April 2024, the Iranian consulate attack. 2 Iranian generals were killed in an Israeli strike on the Iranian consulate in Syria, prompting Iran to retaliate with a major missile and drone strike on Israel. Back in January 2024, the Beirut drone strike, an Israeli drone strike killed Saleh Aruri, a top Hamas official in exile amid the ongoing war in Gaza. December 2023, the Damascus drone attack. Well, Saeed Razi Mousavi, an advisor to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in Syria, was killed in a drone attack near Damascus, with Iran attributing the attack to Israel. As far as 2021 is concerned, the Iranian nuclear facility attack, an underground nuclear facility in central Iran, was struck by explosions and a cyber attack causing blackouts. Israel was accused of this attack and subsequent attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities with explosive drones. In 2020, the assassination of Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, a prominent Iranian military nuclear scientist. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh was killed by a remote-controlled machine gun while traveling in a car outside Tehran. Iran accused Israel of orchestrating this assassination, which was a significant blow to Iran's nuclear program. As far as 2019 is concerned, and the assassination of Baha Abu Elata, well, Israeli airstrikes killed the Islamic Jihad commander Baha Abu Elata and his wife in the Gaza Strip. In 2012, the killing of Ahmed Jabari, Israeli airstrikes killed Hamas Ahmed Jabari, actually sparked an 8-day war between Hamas and Israel as soon as this came to light. The Stuxnet virus, meanwhile, the computer virus discovered in 2010 caused significant disruptions and damage to Iranian nuclear centrifuges. It was widely believed to be a joint US-Israeli operation. And in 2010, the assassination of Mahmoud al-Mahbub, a top Hamas operative, was actually killed in a Dubai hotel room. The operation was attributed to Mossad, but was never officially acknowledged by Israel. Many of the suspects were captured on camera disguised as terrorists. However, the operation was attributed to Mossad, but never acknowledged by Israel. In fact, earlier we spoke to experts on the larger ramifications of this latest attack. Here's what Ivan Noah told us. A massive security breach, new age warfare, many argue. But Hezbollah and the Lebanese government have been quick to blame Israel for these nearly simultaneous detonation of hundreds of pagers. But as we know, Israel rarely takes responsibility for such attacks.
Well, of course, it is a huge security breach the Israelis has achieved today, but I think this is not the main important thing we should consider, because it's normal for Israelis to do what they do. Well, everyone knows that Israel is one of the strongest entities in the world. It has very strong technological infrastructure, it has a very strong military, it has a very strong economy. So it's normal for such a strong entity to do what it did. But the unusual is for resistance to be able to continue playing the role of a support front after almost a year of the war in Gaza. And I think this is the thing that Israelis want to tell people. But what happened today is expected. Israel didn't do something surprising for it as a strong entity, strong technological entity. It has all the power it needs to achieve such security breach. Although it's still an achievement for Israel, but let's not forget that it has achieved this with a resistance, with a small group that is considered is still considered as a resistance group that doesn't have the same level of power with Israel, and that's the main important thing. So to assess realistically what happened, we can say that yes, Israel achieved a very important achievement. The security breach was big, but a true assessment should consider the goals Israel wants to achieve from this security breach. I think that Israel wants to achieve from this security breach for the support front Hezbollah has started last October to stop. So as long as this support front is continuing to work, then Israel failed to achieve its goal, and that's the important thing, since assessment is based on goals, not on the achievement itself, and that's an important thing to consider.
Well, now the crucial news. Former US President Donald Trump has said that he will meet Prime Minister Modi next week during his upcoming visit to the United States. The Republican presidential candidate made this announcement while campaigning in Michigan. In fact, he said Prime Minister Modi is fantastic. And they actually last met in 2020 in February, when the then US president had touched down in India. And let's switch our attention now to the United Kingdom. Well, plans to pedestrianise part of London's Oxford Street have been announced by the capital's mayor. Sadiq Khan has said urgent action is needed to regenerate the famous high street, which has been affected by a shift to online shopping and the COVID pandemic. In fact, even homelessness has made this street take a hit. Oxford Street was actually once a jewel in the crown of Britain's retail sector, but there's no doubt that it has suffered hugely over the last decade. This is a sentiment that's been echoed by many residents in London as well. The mayor's office said that the plans include turning the road into a traffic-free, pedestrianised avenue, creating a beautiful public space. Now, unless you live under a rock, you probably do not know about Virat Kohli and Gautam Gambhir's rivalry. But all those who don't, well, there's a rare Kohli-Gambhir interview lined up for you. Team India head coach Gambhir actually chatted with Virat Kohli. The two legends got together. This is never seen before, freewheeling, as this is what the BCCI says. Listen in.
Virat Kohli showing his class.
That's a good shot over extra cover.
50 for Gautam Gambhir, and it's a very well-paced innings this under pressure. India lift the World Cup after 28 years. The party begins in Mumbai.
I remember when you had that bumper series in Australia where you scored heaps and heaps of runs, and that got you in that zone. Yeah. And for me, it was exactly the same when I played in Napier. And if I look back, can I bat for another 2.5 days? I don't think so. I could have ever done that again. And I have never been in that zone ever in my life after that. So I can imagine how good that feeling is to be in that zone. And I'm sure you must have experienced it many more times as compared to what I have.
But when you're batting and you have a bit of a chat with the opposition, did you ever feel like this might carry on to you going out of the zone and you potentially getting out, or it put you in a more motivated space?
You've had more alterations than I have. I think you can answer that question better than I can.
नहीं, मैं तो ये ढूंढ रहा हूँ कि मेरी बात से agree कर जाए. मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि गलत है. मैं कोई तो बोले हाँ यही होता है. So here we are. We've come a long way and putting an end to all the masala.
That's a good one. That's a good start to the conversation.
And all the spice.
In other news, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights with persons with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement and supported by many corporates across the country. Here is one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological use. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs. You have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
As always, news and updates continue here on NDTV 24/7. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back in a moment with much more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
After a farewell to Ganpati, a huge cleanup drive in Mumbai in collaboration with the municipal body.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bust. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agrawal. Coming up on the show, well, our special focus on Jammu and Kashmir. It's day one of polling. 24 of the 90 seats are going to polls. We'll get you all the latest from that. Young voices, vibrant voices, as early morning queues are being witnessed across the Union Territory. All of that and more coming up. But first up, the headlines. 24 seats, over 23 lakh voters. It's phase one of the Jammu and Kashmir elections. It's the first assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir in a decade. Early morning queues at poll booths, over 11% voter turnout in Jammu and Kashmir till 9 a.m. Kolkata doctors unwilling to relent. Sack the health secretary. The doctors are set to continue their protest. They say that the protest will continue till all demands are met. The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin calls for state autonomy. He says that, well, there's limited fiscal rights and we need a constitutional amendment. He demands more rights for Tamil Nadu. More trouble for Kangana Ranaut's emergency. The Chandigarh court issues a notice. Meanwhile, the censor board to clear his stand on objections against a movie in the Bombay High Court today. India has displaced China as the world's largest MSCI emerging market. Well, as of the end of August, India is now in the pole position across equity markets. Hundreds of pagers belonging to Hezbollah members exploded simultaneously across Lebanon on Tuesday, killing 9 people and injuring more than 3,000 in an attack that the Iran-backed militia blamed on Israel. Reports suggest that Israel's spy agency Mossad planned explosives inside pagers. And after farewell to Ganpati, a mega cleanup drive in Mumbai. Citizens and the municipal body come together for cleanup, a massive drive across beaches and water bodies. And well, our lead story this morning, it's phase one of the crucial Jammu and Kashmir elections. 24 of the 90 seats are going to polls today. Of course, the heavyweights in the fray as well, including Iltija Mufti. There has been a lot of focus on her campaign, given the fact that there was rebellion within the PDP in her constituency as well. And what's interesting is that there are independents in the fray as well this time around. Of course, the banned outfit Jamaat-e-Islami is also contesting the polls. So interesting aspects to look at. But this morning, what we saw was extremely heartening. In areas once struck by terror like Kulgam and Pulwama, there were long queues of voters outside polling booths. There you can see a pink booth, in fact, in Jammu and Kashmir as well. In fact, this is Kishtwar, where there was this pink booth, and long queues of women voters as well coming out in large numbers to exercise their franchise. Of course, this as is the first assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir in 10 years. Look at those heartening visuals coming from Jammu and Kashmir. There's been an over 11% turnout in Jammu and Kashmir in the first 2 hours. Before I get to my colleague Nazir, listen to all the reactions that have come in.
हम तो ये उम्मीद करेंगे कि जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस का गठबंधन है, जिसमें सीपीएम का भी एक उम्मीदवार मिलके हमारे साथ इलेक्शन लड़ रहा है, वोट जो हैं हमारे उम्मीदवार को पड़ेंगे, लेकिन फैसला तो वोटरों ने करना है। हमने अपनी तरफ से कोशिश की कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर को लेके आगे 5 साल के लिए हमारा एजेंडा है, उसको हम लोगों तक पहुंचाएं, वोटरों तक पहुंचाएं, और जहां तक हो सके हमने किया है। बाकी देखें क्या होता है। अब इन चुनावों की अहमियत तो मतलब जितनी उस पर बात करें कम है। पहले तो जैसे आपने कहा 10 साल के बाद, उसके बाद ये मतलब 10 साल तो चलिए बीत गए, लेकिन इन 10 साल के अरसे में बहुत कुछ बदला। जम्मू कश्मीर के 2 हिस्से हुए, लद्दाख हमसे अलग किया गया, यूटी का दर्जा हमें दिया गया, इस बात के बावजूद कि हमें समझ नहीं आता उसका फ़ायदा क्या मिला हमें। 5 अगस्त 2019 जो जम्मू के साथ हुआ, जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ, वो हम भूले नहीं। तो हर लिहाज से देखें तो ये चुनाव अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
To the image of Pulwama from last 6-7 years, as if everybody there is an anti-national, terrorist, militant, OGW. This is an election for us to reclaim the image of Pulwama, the youth of Pulwama, the people of Pulwama, and we are optimistic, we are hopeful with the response of campaign. So we want to, we want people to come out and have a huge participation in this election and vote for peace, progress, development and dignity of Jammu and Kashmir.
यही अपील है फर्स्ट मेरी तरफ से वोटर्स से, जहां भी आज वोट डाले जा रहे हैं फर्स्ट फेज में, कि निकल आए, वोट अपना इस्तेमाल कर लें, वोट डालें। ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे लिए, पूरे आवाम के लिए, और इसका भरपूर इस्तेमाल किया जाना चाहिए। और दूसरी गुजारिश मेरी यही है कि अमन व अमान कायम रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है, और इसमें कौन जीते कौन हारे वो आवाम आपने ही फैसला करना है, आवाम ने फैसला करना है। तो इस वजह से अमन से कायदे के मुताबिक जो भी आपका हक बनता है उसका इस्तेमाल कर लें।
7 AM से सभी जगहों पे पोलिंग शुरू हो गई, और व्हाट वी हैव बीन सीइंग इज सुबह से ही, इनफैक्ट 6:30 से ही काफ़ी जगहों पे लंबी लंबी लाइनें लगी हुई हैं इस समय अक्रॉस द डिस्ट्रिक्ट, चाहे डीएचपुरा हो, कुलगाम हो, देवसर हो, सभी जगहों पे बहुत सारे लोग लाइनों में भी हैं और कंटिन्यूसली स्मूथली इलेक्शंस आर गोइंग ऑन। 100% हमारी जो पोलिंग स्टेशन हैं उनमें वेबकास्टिंग हमने रखी हुई है। देयर आर कैमराज इनसाइड द पोलिंग स्टेशन एज वेल एज आउटसाइड क्यूज को मॉनिटर करने के लिए, और पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कंट्रोल रूम से हम लोग यहाँ से हर किसी पोलिंग स्टेशन को मॉनिटर भी करते हैं, कहीं कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जो है वो जम्मू कश्मीर में बनेगी, और ये जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पीडीपी और कांग्रेस का ये जो गठबंधन की सरकार है, ये ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखर जाएगी। जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता जो है वो अमन चाहती है, चैन चाहती है, सुख चैन चाहती है, और यहाँ के विकास की रणनीति को अपनाएगी, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो है वो जीत जो है वो निश्चित है। आतंकवाद बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है, और काफी हद तक आतंकवाद जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने खत्म कर दिया है, लेकिन ये नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस वाले जो हैं इन्होंने हमेशा समाज को तोड़ने की बातें की है, समाज को बांटने की बातें की हैं, और आगे जो है इनका पत्ता साफ होने वाला है। और आतंकवाद भी वे दिए की तरह है जो बुझने से पहले फड़फड़ा रहा है, और बहुत जल्द जम्मू कश्मीर आतंकवाद मुक्त होगा।
So, of course, those political jibes continue, but today is about the voters. There is some complaints about slow-paced voting as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Remember, 24 constituencies are polling today, but given the fact that this is the first assembly election in 10 years, there is enthusiasm that is very palpable as far as the valley is concerned particularly. But let me go across to our senior colleague Nazir Masoodi joining us from Pulwama, I believe. So Nazir Sahab, today of course it's not about the political cantankerousness. Today is about these voters that we see behind you turning up in large numbers to exercise their franchise. Is there enthusiasm that you see? Some complaints of slow-paced voting as well, I believe.
Well, it is indeed a celebration of democracy, and people have come out in large numbers to celebrate it. The day they were waiting for since long, it has finally come today, and they are exercising their vote after a gap of 10 years in assembly election. And in this first phase of assembly elections, people will seal the fate of 119 candidates who are contesting from 24 seats, assembly seats across 7 districts in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm here in a place called Below in Pulwama, and you can see this participation. Since morning I have been seeing these people, men, women, young, old, everybody waiting for their turn. In between, there was a complaint about the slow pace of voting, but I could just see a while back, district election officer Pulwama also has reached this polling station and to see the voting pace of voting and how this voting is going on. But just look at the participation of the people, how they are waiting. Earlier they were saying they are testing their patience because there was a slow pace of voting, but since morning they are patiently waiting. And it is very important, give tribute, it is a tribute to these people because it is an apple harvesting season and they are busy in their orchards. But today they have chosen to be part of the democracy and come here, wait for their turn to cast their vote. Let me talk to this young man. तो पहला assembly election का वोट होगा?
हाँ, पहला ही
क्या है आपकी उम्र?
24।
तो इसका मतलब है जब लास्ट assembly election हुए थे तो तब तो आपकी उम्र 14 साल ही थी।
जी हाँ।
तो पहला आपके लिए क्या मतलब है इस वोट का, इस इलेक्शन का?
देखिए, हम वोट उसको डालेंगे जो हमारा कल मुस्तकबिल के लिए काम करेगा, उसके लिए हम वोट डालेंगे। और
क्या
मेरा
इश्यूज है आप जैसे युवा के लिए, नौजवान के लिए?
हमारे नौजवानों के लिए यही इशू है कि क्योंकि यहाँ पर बेरोज़गारी है। हम चाहते हैं कि हमें रोज़गार मिला और रोज़गार मिलेगा और कुछ हम भी आगे जाएंगे।
जी। तो आज ये एप्पल हार्वेस्टिंग का सीजन है, सब कुछ लोगों ने छोड़ा और यहाँ
हाँ, सब कुछ लोगों ने छोड़ा।
आप बाग वाले हैं? तो
सर अम कर्ज खतर वोट तावान कि अस गोस लीडर इस कौमच खदमत कर।
तो आज ना एप्पल हार्वेस्टिंग
अहन वालान ये सारी वारिया पोर्मुत बेरोजगार बेरोजगारी का बहुत बड़ा मसला है। यहाँ बहुत से लोग परेशान हैं, उनके लिए कोई हल नहीं है। यहाँ ATM नहीं है, यहाँ अस्पताल नहीं है, इस गाँव में बहुत सी मुश्किल होता है।
So basic facilities and it appears that the livelihood, Rozgar, employment appears to be the biggest issue in these elections. Every party has promised giving jobs, but we have to see who wins, who will be, these people are going to give mandate. But interesting thing in this seat is also in this Rajpura seat, there are several people who are contesting, including independents, and we have been often talking about 40% of the candidates who are contesting in this first phase are independents, but that's not unusual. It has been happening also. In fact, in 2008 assembly elections, number of independents was much higher. But this time regional parties have been, including Congress, they have been also complaining that it is some part of a grand conspiracy to divide vote in Kashmir, and while as BJP is trying to consolidate its vote in Jammu region. There are two candidates who have been militancy victim. One is BJP's Shugun Parihar, who is contesting from Kishtwar, and also here in Pulwama, there is Ghulam Mohideen Mir of National Conference, who is also victim of militancy. His father was killed and he has survived 12 militant attacks. What important is that this vote is actually a tribute to those people who have given their lives for democracy, because there was a time when people were being killed just they exercised their right to vote, or they asked people to vote. Hundreds of political workers were killed. But this time, all these people are coming out to vote without any fear of violence, without any boycott call, or without any shadow of gun. So that is something, the strength of democracy, and for the first time we see Jamaat-e-Islami, which is a banned organization under anti-terror law called UAPA. Their members are also participating in this election. We'll have to see what impact the Jamaat is going to make in this elections, even as in this constituency, it is seen as a main contest appears to be between the National Conference and the PDP. Same is true about Pulwama and most of the constituency segments in this South Kashmir, which has 16 assembly seats, and you have 8 assembly seats in the south of Pir Panjal, which is Kishtwar, Ramban and Doda. So it's a very, very interesting contest between National Conference, Congress Alliance, PDP and the BJP. But interestingly, in some of the cases, we have seen there is contest between within the National Conference Congress candidates, because there is a friendly contest at several seats. आप बताएं क्या मुद्दे हैं इस इलेक्शन के? आप बता
बेरोजगार ये
बेरोजगारी का
बिल्कुल बेरोजगारी का सहर ये न सड़क न
सड़कों का मसला
दफ्तर का इंतजाम न हस्पतालों का इंतजाम न ATM का इंतजाम न बैंक का इंतजाम पेवान पुलवाम न हस्पतालों का इंतजाम
तो ये कहता है कि हस्पतालों की
बाकी कुछ खतर त्रावान ये वोट अमि खतर गज बेरोजगारी चलन
देखिए ये कहते हैं कि ही इज सेइंग their vote is for the basic amenities, basic facilities like hospital, roads, water. These are the basics. He said that is his aim to come here and cast their vote. But look at the sheer number of people these lines. And even this morning, these people were complaining that they have been made to wait for hours together, and because there was a slow pace of voting. As I said, senior officers, including the district election officer, have visited this polling booth, this particular polling booth, to ensure that there's a smooth conduct of election and there's no slow pace of voting. So clearly, it is something which is a moment for the people to show their participation in these elections, and whoever wins, it is actually the victory of democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, an election which is the first election after abrogation of Article 370, an election which is first election after scrap of snatching J&K statehood, which the now BJP, including the Prime Minister, have promised that it will be restored. All the parties have made restoration of the statehood as main promise of their election manifestos, but we have seen this participation, which people are saying now, is about their daily needs. They want their representatives to address their issues.
Nazir, thanks very much for bringing us those voices, and it was so heartening to see that gentlemen talk very passionately about what their demands are. Of course, as Nazir sir is reporting, it's not so much about terrorism, militancy, statehood, while of course those are important issues for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. It's the basic amenities like hospitals, roads, and of course employment. But moving now to the other big headline, well, the doctors protesting in Kolkata have said that they will continue their stir. This, of course, comes just a day after there were some talks, at least the first, since this deadlock between the Bengal government and the protesting doctors with Chief Minister Mojtaba Amani. But the doctors have now demanded the sacking of the health secretary. Now, remember, Mojtaba Amani has suspended the Kolkata police commissioner. There was a lot of, demand, and there was chorus growing for the suspension of the police commissioner there. But now the doctors say that their stir will continue till the time all their demands are met. Of course, some other demands include the live streaming of meetings and also the larger question of a central law as far as doctors' safety is concerned. But now the flashpoint seems to be the sacking of the health secretary, the top official of the health department. Let me go across to my colleague Tanushka Datta, who's covered this story extensively, in fact. So, Tanushka, important there that earlier, of course, the doctors had said that the police commissioner should be sacked, and now you have this demand for the sacking of the health secretary. The doctors seem to suggest that the health department was complicit in this entire controversy, in this entire nexus also that they claim between the police and, the authorities and the powers that be in the RG Medical College and Hospital.
Right, exactly, Vedant. It's been over a month now, ever since this gruesome rape and murder happened at the RG Medical College and Hospital. Doctors all across the country, not just in West Bengal, have been protesting far and wide with respect to this issue. And in the latest, we've of course had the fifth attempt. The West Bengal Doctors Front, they met finally with the Chief Minister of West Bengal after 5 attempts. And at the fifth attempt, it was finally decided upon, after which, as we know, that the police commissioner Vineet Goyal was suspended. The DCP North Division was also suspended after he allegedly claimed to, give some money as compensation to the parents of the deceased. And what we also know is that the Director of Medical Education as well as the Director of Health Services in Kolkata have also been suspended. So these are some officials who have been suspended. However, the doctors have said that they want to continue with their strike, and their cease work will continue and go on until all of their demands are met. Now, what is this one demand that has not been met with is exactly the suspension of the health secretary. Now, the doctors are bent upon this last demand of theirs as well, where they feel that all in all, the health system of West Bengal is responsible for this rape and murder, for the lapses in the system within the hospital itself. And the West Bengal Doctors Front will also write a letter to the Chief Secretary to initiate further dialogue with the government on this issue, and they remain strong on their stance that they will not go back to work and they will not put off their protests until all of their demands are met.
All right, Tanushka, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So the doctors unwilling to relent. Undeterred, they've been protesting on the streets of Kolkata for over a month now, and that stalemate between the government, the authorities, and of course the protesting doctors continues. Moving now to the big international headline. Well, the Lebanon pagers explosion, this has really sent shockwaves across the world. Of course, Iran has blamed Israel for this attack, but what's absolutely concerning is that over 2,000, in fact, over 3,000 people in the latest have been injured as far as Lebanon is concerned. 9 people have died. Hezbollah has now vowed an offensive against Israel as well. They've said that, well, of course, the pattern of warfare has been changed and has been transformed completely with this pagers explosion there in Lebanon. And as I said, a major escalation there. This, of course, as West Asia continues to be on the precipice, and it was, of course, Iran that blamed Israel for the attack.
I support Israel's ability to defend itself, and I support the need for Palestinians to have dignity, self-determination, and security.
We are gathering information on this incident. I can tell you that the U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. was not aware of this incident in advance, and at this point we're gathering information.
Vis-a-vis Israel, saying that, of course, she backs for their right to defend themselves, but at the same time, she will, of course, continue to articulate the rights of self-determination as far as the people of Gaza are concerned. Of course, there's a full-blown humanitarian crisis in Gaza that we must not forget, but certainly a major escalation there. Let me go across to Mohammad Ghazali now. Ghazali, what's the latest coming in from Lebanon, and also what's important here in the larger context that this seems to be a major transformation as far as warfare is concerned? I mean, this kind of pagers explosion of this extent is perhaps unheard of.
Oh, certainly. As far as the latest from Lebanon is concerned, more than 2,800 people are injured as per the health officials there in Lebanon, as per the health ministry. Now, when it comes to what have you asked about that how Israel is trying to target its adversaries, remember what happened with Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. Reports suggested that before his assassination, months before his assassination, his WhatsApp was compromised. It was under surveillance by Israeli tech and spying technology, and that led to his assassination. And not just this particular pager attack, though obviously it's unprecedented in the modern warfare history of Israel. Since its creation in 1948, the only one incident which analyst experts are reminded of is of 1967 Six-Day War, when in a preemptive strike, Israel had targeted all the aircrafts in Egypt. So certainly it has taken Hezbollah, it's a big setback for them. Hundreds and thousands of its own operatives on ground are injured. They will take time to recover. But what is more important is that Israel has managed to penetrate into their security system, into their communication system, and also managed to expose all those in Lebanon who were covertly even working for Hezbollah. So that's a big achievement for Israel, that they first managed to plant explosive devices on the 5,000 pagers which were recently bought by Hezbollah. It's as per reports, these pagers were manufactured in Taiwan, and some experts are suggesting that US has a great role to play in the semiconductor industry in Taiwan. So though US claims that they were not in the know-how of this particular operation, but this pager blast has certainly taken Hezbollah by surprise. It was really out of the book, and now this comes at a time when US and other Middle Eastern players like Egypt and Qatar are trying to bargain hard for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. So whether this will also impact that, Iran's ambassador in Lebanon is also injured. Perhaps he was using using the pager or somebody using the pager was near him when this incident happened. So overall, the situation is tense, and every incident after October 7 has been a flashpoint with a possibility of expanding this war or involving multiple players. We already have Houthis from Yemen just a couple of days ago launching a ballistic missile towards Israel. You already have terror organizations in Iraq, the Shia militia there, who are extending their support to Lebanon, to Hezbollah in Lebanon. So we'll have to see that how Hezbollah reacts to it. The difference between Hezbollah and Hamas is that Hezbollah is far more organized, and it has many, as far as the number of people who are attached with this organization in Lebanon is far more than what we have with Hamas in Gaza. So their response will also be calculated as per, if you see the history of retaliation from Hezbollah when it comes to Hezbollah versus Israel.
All right, Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us with that perspective there. As Ghazali is reporting, of course, unheard of as far as modern warfare history is concerned, but Israel certainly is known for these kind of sophisticated attacks even in the past as well. My colleague Parmeshwar Bawa, in fact, breaks it down for us and takes us through that history.
Israel has a long history of carrying out sophisticated remote operations, ranging from intricate cyber attacks to remote-controlled machine guns targeting leaders in drive-by shootings, suicide drone attacks, and the detonation of explosions in secretive underground Iranian nuclear facilities. Let's just take a look at previous operations that have been attributed to Israel. If we go to July 2024, Beirut and Tehran strikes. Israeli strikes killed Fawad Shukr, a top Hezbollah commander in Beirut, and Ismail Haniyeh, a Hamas leader in Tehran. Israel acknowledged the Beirut strike but did not confirm involvement in Tehran. As far as the Gaza Strip strike is concerned, a massive Israeli strike targeted Hamas's military commander Mohammed Daif in southern Gaza, killing at least 90 people, including children, toddlers. Hamas claimed Daif survived, but Israel later confirmed his death. In April 2024, the Iranian consulate attack. 2 Iranian generals were killed in an Israeli strike on the Iranian consulate in Syria, prompting Iran to retaliate with a major missile and drone strike on Israel. Back in January 2024, the Beirut drone strike. An Israeli drone strike killed Saleh Aruri, a top Hamas official in exile amid the ongoing war in Gaza. December 2023, the Damascus drone attack. Well, Saeed Razi Mousavi, an advisor to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in Syria, was killed in a drone attack near Damascus, with Iran attributing the attack to Israel. As far as 2021 is concerned, the Iranian nuclear facility attack. An underground nuclear facility in central Iran was struck by explosions and a cyber attack causing blackouts. Israel was accused of this attack and subsequent attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities with explosive drones. In 2020, the assassination of Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, a prominent Iranian military nuclear scientist. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh was killed by a remote-controlled machine gun while traveling in a car outside Tehran. Iran accused Israel of orchestrating this assassination, which was a significant blow to Iran's nuclear program. As far as 2019 is concerned, and the assassination of Baha Abu Elata, well, Israeli airstrikes killed the Islamic Jihad commander Baha Abu Elata and his wife in the Gaza Strip. In 2012, the killing of Ahmed Jabari, Israeli airstrikes killed Hamas Ahmed Jabari, actually sparked an 8-day war between Hamas and Israel as soon as this came to light. The Stuxnet virus, meanwhile, the computer virus discovered in 2010 caused significant disruptions and damage to Iranian nuclear centrifuges. It was widely believed to be a joint US-Israeli operation. And in 2010, the assassination of Mahmoud al-Mahbub, a top Hamas operative, was actually killed in a Dubai hotel room. The operation was attributed to Mossad, but was never officially acknowledged by Israel. Many of the suspects were captured on camera disguised as terrorists. However, the operation was attributed to Mossad, but never acknowledged by Israel.
And with that, we'll step into a short break now. But on the other side, our big focus remains on Jammu and Kashmir, a new dawn with polls returning to the valley.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that.
Welcome back. The fallout of the Bollywood Me Too movement. Well, a prominent Telugu cinema choreographer is now facing the heat. Choreographer Johnny Master has been suspended from a key Telangana film body after there were sexual assault allegations against him. Let me go across to my senior colleague Uma Sudhir joining us from Hyderabad. So Uma, important there, clearly the ripple effects of what happened in Mollywood, what happened in the Malayalam film industry. But take us to the allegations against Johnny Master, you know, a prominent choreographer there in the Telugu film industry.
So the police who have registered the FIR in this case have said that the girl, the victim, the survivor, was only about 21 to 22 years old, and she was working as an assistant director with the same choreographer, and that she had joined him for work in 2019, and ever since there have been multiple incidents of sexual assault and abuse and physical abuse as well, and that there was not just a question of safety at the workplace but also certain other abusive elements. What has happened is that the Telugu Film Chambers of Commerce does have a sexual harassment addressal kind of a body, and that chairperson of that body I have spoken with, who is called Jansi, and she has mentioned that the complainant had first come to them and then they realized, as we ourselves had pointed out on Friday, that she would have been a minor when this assault initially took place, and therefore the sections of POCSO will have to be booked in this particular case, and that's the reason why they decided to handle the portions where she has become an adult and then the sexual assault cases took place. But the earlier cases when she would have still been a minor and sexual assault is being alleged in that case they wanted the police to come in, and that's why they had advised her to go to the police as well. So this body, the committee that has been constituted, chaired by actor and anchor Jansi, they have now recommended to the Dance Directors Association that this person, Jani Master, should step down as president, and therefore his post as president has been kept in abeyance pending this particular inquiry that's taking place. I do know that this Chambers of Commerce, which had this committee as well, has in fact approached the Director General for Women's Safety as well, and asking after the HEMA committee report how the industry in Telangana, in Telugu film industry, how they can take this movement forward and ensure safety for women in the workplace, and therefore they have had a series of meetings with the police as well and trying to see what can be done to make this workplace a safe place for women and other victims as well. Back to you.
All right, ma'am, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So the Me Too movement certainly extending its tentacles to other film industries as well, because certainly this is not something that's confined to one film industry. It's something that cuts across all languages and all states. We saw actors from the Tamil Nadu film industry also speak out, and now a prominent film choreographer being suspended from a film body. But moving now to what's our big focus on the show at this hour. Well, polling in Jammu and Kashmir, it's truly historic, the break of a new dawn in Jammu and Kashmir, as it's phase 1 of voting in the valley, and 24 out of the 90 seats are voting today. Of course, it's crucial given the fact that there are big faces in the fray as well, including Iltija Mufti. There has been a lot of controversy in her constituency, given the fact that there was rebellion, etc. as well. But today is really about the voters. Looking at those visuals coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, from various parts of the valley. In fact, these are visuals from Kishtwar, where there's a pink booth that has been set up as well, and really heartening to see how women and men and young people particularly have come out in large numbers to cast their votes. This is the first assembly election in 10 years. And what's also important is that these are areas that were once struck by terror. In fact, militancy and terrorism continues to be a very important aspect of not just the poll discourse, but a very important reality of Jammu and Kashmir. But today is about these voters who've come out in large numbers to cast their votes. I'm being joined by two very distinguished journalists at this hour, Javed Ansari and Neerja Chaudhary, with us, senior journalists who have looked at Jammu and Kashmir very, very closely. Neerja ji, going across to you first, how do you look at these visuals? Similar to what we saw in the Lok Sabha polls as well, long queues outside polling booths. Today is really about these voters, and what's heartening to see is that they're talking about their issues which are similar to issues in any other part of the country. Of course, terrorism and militancy and all of this continues. They continue to be an important part of the discourse. But for them, what's important is basic things like hospitals and roads and employment.
Absolutely. When you look at these visuals and you hear people and the lines, what is very exciting is our incredible democracy, with all its shortcomings, with all its fault lines, ultimately the way to go for finding solutions. Let the people, their voices be heard about what they want. And today we see that happening. Of course, as you said, last time in the Lok Sabha election, it was a very good turnout, almost 59%. Many people feel that today it may surpass that. What is also very interesting is that areas which used to boycott the elections in the past, like South Kashmir, today are participating in a big, big way.
Yes.
So, and the large number of independents, 45% of the people contesting the elections are from smaller parties and are independents. So there are, of course, the mainline parties, National Conference and the Congress, of course, with CPM as a small partner, on the one side, the BJP on the other side, and this third group made up of smaller parties, Rashid Engineers, Awami Ittihad Council, and other parties, as well as independents. So, what is very interesting, all kinds of allegations are being made.
Yes.
NC has Rashid Engineer is a proxy for BJP. Will the BJP try and form government with these independents in the future? Has they been released deliberately? And so on. It is actually just the way national politics plays out.
Yes.
Haryana, Maharashtra, it's playing out in J&K today. So that I feel quite excited by this. I don't know what it'll lead to, but it'll at least be the people of the, the government of the people. And there'll be problems, there'll be many issues and challenges, but it's a very good step to have.
And you rightly said, democracy is alive and kicking in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's really what these visuals, in a sense, encapsulate. But Javed Saab, what Neerja ji said about the political landscape in Jammu and Kashmir, with so many independents in the fray, with the Jamaat also contesting, the landscape has also been opened up in that sense. You have, of course, the mainline parties, you have the regional parties contesting there, many of them fighting a survival battle. But how do you see the political landscape in Jammu and Kashmir with more than 40% candidates being independents?
Yeah, so the question is, who's opened up this landscape and why?
Yes.
There's a lot of speculation, there's a lot of, surrounding the fact that there are so many independents. Who's propped them in? Where are the resources coming from? And what is the kind of role that they will play? If you listen to the buzz on the street in Kashmir, everybody believes these independents are looked up with great suspicion. Everybody believes that they are proxies for the center. And if the numbers don't fall in place, if there is room, then they will then switch sides, or they are the ones who will tilt the balance in favor of the center. Whether this is a new dawn or a false dawn, we all hope and pray that this is a new dawn. It's very heartening to see these long queues, people coming out and vote. And we will also know how and what people believe, once they've elected their representatives. Whatever those representatives decide, it will be incumbent on everybody to then accept it.
Absolutely, and Neerja ji, weigh in on this, because of course there have been no boycott calls this time. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, we didn't see boycott calls, and I think that's a very positive sign. But what's also important to mention here is that the threat of militancy and terrorism is very, very real. I mean, in the past few months particularly, we have seen back-to-back terror encounters. In fact, just right ahead of the polls, we saw how 2 soldiers were tragically killed in Kishtwar, where of course voting is taking place today. So, do you see this as a way forward also in terms of countering the threat of militancy?
Yes, of course. Whenever the situation starts to normalize in J&K, you get a resurgence of these terror incidents. We've known that over the decades. And this was to be expected. And you're right, in Kishtwar, the elections are taking place today. As in other parts of South Kashmir, they're taking place. And even ideologically, for them to be these independent, some people say, like Rashid Engineer has said, look, statehood is not enough. It's the goal of NC, Congress, other parties. But for us, it's not enough. We are not only fighting for statehood. So whether, we are an Islamist party, so Islamist ideology versus nationalism advocated by BJP versus secularism advocated by NC Congress. It's all very interesting. This is, as I say, and political activity finally getting revived in J&K. After so many years, after 2019, there has been a sullenness. There has been, people have been inscrutable about what they felt. So all this is now coming out, and solutions will come out. As I said, it's not that there won't be challenges, but solutions will come out of this whole opening up of the system, the democratic system. So I think let's see where it goes. But it is today to watch these queues, as I keep saying, to me, it's very, very heartening.
Yes, it indeed is very heartening. And Javed Saab, do you see that Jammu and Kashmir, in a sense, has been denied the right to be a stable union territory, a stable, a stable state, given the fact that this is the first time assembly elections are being held in the past 10 years. Statehood really seems to be one of the most important poll planks for all parties, interestingly. Of course, you had the Prime Minister also talk about statehood in his political rallies. How do you see that sort of taking shape, that entire discourse around statehood?
Look, statehood is a big issue, and statehood is a distinct possibility. 370, I don't know.
Yes.
370, I don't see that realistically happening. But statehood, very much so. Now, it's important that the Prime Minister has also spoken of it. Well, in the first place, then why did he do away with statehood? And why didn't he restore it? And anyway, I do hope that once the assembly is formed, and if is formed after a free and fair and transparent election, and if they express their will in favor of statehood, I hope the Prime Minister will walk the talk and will honor that pledge, will honor the mandate that has been delivered by the people. People standing out and voting, despite all the trouble that is happening, they've taken a big risk in doing so. And that risk, their courage needs to be honored. If they speak, whoever forms the government then demands statehood, then we are duty bound to accept it.
All right, I think that's an important point you're making. Javed Saab and Neerja ji, thanks very much for joining us with your perspective there. Of course, heartening to see, as Neerja ji said, these long queues outside polling booths. Certainly a new dawn. Well, one doesn't know if it's a new dawn or a false dawn, but certainly it has come as an encouraging sign with these long queues outside polling booths. Women, men, the young people of Jammu and Kashmir coming out and voting in large numbers. Moving now to news from Maharashtra. Well, it's an election year in Maharashtra, though of course the dates have not been declared. It could be later this year when Maharashtra elections are likely to be held. But focus right now is on seat sharing in both the camps, whether it's the opposition Aghadi camp or the Mahayuti. Well, Piyush Goyal, in an exclusive interview to NDTV yesterday, said that the seat sharing has been finalized as far as Mahayuti is concerned. But as far as the Mahavikas Aghadi is concerned, there's a key huddle to discuss seat sharing. Of course, the Congress, the NCP of Sharad Pawar, and the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray are meeting today to discuss Mumbai seats. Mumbai seats seem to be the focus of this, but let me go across to my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy. Radhika, in fact, you broke that story on how the Mahayuti seat sharing conundrum is almost solved. But when it comes to the MVA, there are definitely many sticking points, but the focus of today's meeting is on Mumbai seats, is what you're reporting.
That's right. Focus on today's meeting is going to be Mumbai seats. That's what Shiv Sena leader, UBT leader Sanjay Raut said. In fact, he has confirmed that there will be 3-day deliberations and discussions that will happen on MVA seats. Now, we know for a fact that both the Congress and Sena are vying for maximum seats. As far as Congress is concerned, they are looking at close to 135 seats. Remember, it's a 288 member assembly election. Sena also looking at close to about 120, 130 seats. As far as NCP Sharad Pawar faction is concerned, they are looking at close to 80 to 100 seats. So there are going to be disputes, there are going to be bickering as far as seats are concerned, but no final formula reached as of now. Yes, Mumbai seats will be discussed. There are 36 assembly seats in the city, of which, in fact, Sena is looking at close to 20 seats. This is Sena's fort and forte, as far as the city of Mumbai is concerned. They are looking at maximum seats, but will they get the seats they're looking for? Remember, during Lok Sabha elections, the stellar performance showcased by the MVA, 30 out of 48 seats won. Congress winning the maximum seats, which is why Congress, in a sense, is a big brother as far as this entire MVA equation is concerned, which is why Congress party will be seeking maximum seats, not just in the city of Mumbai, but across Maharashtra. But discussions going on, 3-day meet is what we are told will be happening. It starts at 1 p.m. today. Once again, Mumbai seats will be discussed. There were discussions on Mumbai seats in the past as well. Apart from that, other seats across Maharashtra will also be discussed. But as of now, only rough calculation as far as formula of seats are concerned. No finality, but perhaps after 3 days, there could be some consensus reached. We'll have to wait and watch out for that.
All right, Radhika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there, as Radhika is reporting that key MVA huddle, the focus on Mumbai seats. Moving now to the other big headline that's of huge interest to people like you and I. Well, Instagram has come up with a new set of guidelines for teenagers. In fact, Instagram has now rolled out what they're calling teen accounts. There will be greater privacy controls as far as this teen account is concerned. In fact, Instagram has also enabled some options for parents as far as surveillance of these teen accounts is concerned. So crucial there that Instagram has come up with this. There have been a lot of concerns over child safety, and in fact, teens accounts will be private. Only those people that are followed by a particular account can tag or mention the user. So interesting, policy measures there by Instagram amid larger concerns of child safety on social media. And well, now our special report. India's performance at the Paris Paralympics has truly been fascinating and truly been incredible. But the focus is now on making sure that we have the necessary infrastructure and resources for our Paralympians. They call for an attitudinal shift as far as sports is concerned. Take a look.
India's most successful Paralympic campaign ever, with 29 medals in Paris, has given a renewed push to the hopes and aspirations of specially abled athletes. Like 38-year-old Nisha Gupta, who was paralyzed below her waist in a 2004 accident, but has since competed in multiple sports, from swimming to basketball, and broken barriers by becoming one of the country's first wheelchair model. Despite her accomplishments, Nisha faces constant challenges, limited facilities, lack of support, and minimal recognition.
मैं महाराष्ट्र की अगर बात करूँगी तो ग्राउंड लेवल पे अभी तक हमें महाराष्ट्र की जो भी प्लेयर्स हैं उनको कोई भी फैसिलिटी अभी तक नहीं मिली है. इवन जो भी नेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं, इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं, इसके बारे में कोई अवेयर नहीं है. अगर हमको इंटरनेशनल लेवल, नेशनल लेवल पे खेलना है तो हमें उतना फिटनेस चाहिए, उतना ज़रूरत है कि हम कहीं अकेडमी में जाके उतना प्रैक्टिस करें.
Nisha's story is similar to that of Bhavesh Trivedi, Maharashtra's wheelchair rugby team captain, who says even finding out about facilities for specially abled athletes like him was a challenge. Bhavesh believes the state's infrastructure is too underdeveloped for a sport like rugby.
There are many state level championships is happening, so we lack of sponsors, we lack of facilities that can be provided to the state athlete. We have to spend from our pocket to go over there, to spend on all the expenses for the stay, accommodation. Even we have to struggle very much to approach the concerned authorities or any kind of people who are interested in helping to the sports athlete.
Major Dhyan Chand Lifetime Achievement Award winner and former international badminton star Satya Prakash Tiwari. Satya Prakash Tiwari had his leg amputated at the age of 10 following a rail accident in 1981. Like other athletes, Mr. Tiwari feels there is a massive scope for infrastructure improvement for the specially abled.
उसमें एक मेरा व्यक्तिगत मत है कि जो एसोसिएशंस हैं उसमें जो पिछले जो दिव्यांग खिलाड़ी रहे, पैरा खिलाड़ी, उनको अगर आप अधिक मात्रा में शामिल करें तो उनका अनुभव आपको ज़रूर मिलेगा. उनकी जो कमी रह गई, उनको जो कमी का एहसास हो गया वो बताएंगे तो आपको भी और उसमें ये डेवलप करने के लिए आपको अच्छा मतलब ये एक मिलेगा कि भाई हाँ ये चीज़ें ज़रूरी होती.
The specially abled athletes from Mumbai are of the opinion that India's tally in the future Paralympic competitions can grow even more if the government is successful in creating awareness about these games. Also, if the government is able to promise some good returns to the athletes in financial way or otherwise. They also demand for the creation of independent bodies to oversee the administration of Paralympic or specially abled sports and competitions in the country. With camera person Mahesh Halwai and Hemant, this is Anuj Raite reporting from Mumbai for NDTV.
And now our other special report, summoned by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. This initiative is now a nationwide movement and supported by many corporates across the country. Here's one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological years. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs, because you have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
And with that, we'll slip into a short break, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
And here's the tweet of the day. The Prime Minister urged Jammu and Kashmir voters. He said, as the first phase of the J&K Assembly elections begins, I urge all those in constituencies going to polls today to vote in large numbers and strengthen the festival of democracy. He said, I particularly call upon young and first-time voters to exercise their franchise.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
A very good morning and welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barua. Let's get you the top headlines. We're tracking it this hour. Me Too movement in Telangana after the Telugu film body removes noted choreographer over sexual harassment complaints. Battle for 24 seats in Jammu and Kashmir as the first phase of the assembly election in Jammu Kashmir in a decade is underway. This is the first of the 3 phases. And while there are also elections due in Maharashtra later this year, the Mahavikas Aghadi is in a huddle ahead of the Maharashtra polls. The meet is reportedly to discuss seat sharing. The focus is on Mumbai. The battle for Haryana intensifies with the BJP and the Congress all set to release manifestos today. India has displaced China as the world's largest MSCI market. As of end of August, India is now in pole position across EM markets as per MSCI IMI. Hundreds of pagers belonging to Hezbollah members exploded simultaneously across Lebanon on Tuesday, killing 9 people and injuring more than 3,000 in an attack that an Iran-backed militia blamed on Israel. Reports suggest that Israel's spy agency Mossad planned the explosives inside the pagers. Well, the big focus story for us in this bulletin, the Me Too storm now in the South Kerala as well as Karnataka after the Me Too allegations have spiraled across the South film industries. Now it is the turn for Telangana with choreographer Jani Master facing the heat. The Telangana Film Chamber has removed the choreographer against whom sexual harassment charges have been leveled by a female choreographer. She filed the complaint and the Telugu Film Chamber has taken note of the complaint that she filed. A committee has now been formed in order to address the case and file an interim report. So Me Too storm, they're spiraling across the southern film industry. To talk more about this, we're joined by NDTV's Uma Sudhir at the moment. Uma, thanks very much for being with us this morning. Break it down for us. What are the latest slew of allegations? Is it a single case right now? Are we expecting this to spiral like the Mollywood Me Too movement?
So this complaint from this choreographer came a little while ago. In fact, it came as in some other form is what we are being told. It was some other seniors in the industry were alerted to this young choreographer not being able to get work, that even though she had paid up the money of about 6.5 lakh rupees to be part of the union of choreographers, she was not being given support by the union, and that's what had first come to light. And subsequently, when some seniors inquired, that is when they realized that there's a sordid story of harassment, abuse of this girl over several years. And what we understand from the FIR that we had reported about a couple of days ago is that this young choreographer was working as an assistant director with Jani Master, who is a very well-known choreographer. To his credit, several big films, Ala Vaikuntapramulo and also Pushpa and several others. He's worked with all the top stars, I must say, of this generation as a successful choreographer. And against him, she has put these allegations saying that since 2019, when she joined him, there have been repeated instances of sexual abuse and harassment as well. Subsequently, the Telugu Film Chambers of Commerce has in fact a panel, sexual harassment addressing panel, and that panel, redressal panel, and they had in fact spoken to the girl. They have taken a statement from the girl as well as from Jani Master, and the inquiry is still going on. They've come out with an interim report, but they are going to be coming out with a final report soon enough. And what they have also said is that since this girl is now only about 21, 22, and she is alleging harassment about 5 years ago when she would have actually been a minor, and therefore the POCSO section would be followed, and therefore in this case they had asked her to go to the police and file an FIR. So today the police is expected to take a statement from this girl about what had transpired and in what ways she had been harassed by this Jani Master. The development also is that the Union of Choreographers, they have been asked to keep the post of president that Jani Master was occupying, that in abeyance, pending this probe that is happening by both the sexual harassment redressal panel as well as the police FIR that's been filed in this particular case. Even as this is happening, one more complaint has come up from an actress, Poonam Kaur, who has in fact said that the Movie Artists Association, which is called MA, if they had taken a complaint against her, she would have not faced the harassment. And she has named again another top director and script writer in the Tollywood industry, and she has said that her complaint has not been heard, and now the sexual harassment redressal panel is asking for her to give a written complaint detailing what the allegations that she is making against this director, and also trying to see whether it falls within the ambit of the workplace sexual harassment as understood under POSH and the law which enables internal committees to operate. So what is clear is that there is no internal committee, no LC that is existing, and they want a structured kind of a way in which these complaints can be addressed, and that's the reason why we understand the chairperson of this sexual harassment redressal committee, the person who's heading in fact the probe committee in the case of the young choreographer as well, she had also along with certain other colleagues met with the Director General of Women's Safety in Hyderabad and tried to see what kind of structures they can put in place in order to take this forward, and also asking for a committee report that was earlier mentioned and submitted to the earlier government of the BRS government, asking that to be made public as well.
Right, Uma, I also want to ask you, the larger picture over here, you reported extensively on the Me Too storm in the Kerala film industry as well, in the Malayalam film industry, and then subsequently we've been covering how, now there is a demand that is growing within Karnataka as well for, a panel, so to speak, to be set up to look into the larger issue of sexual harassment charges against women working in the industry as well as their working conditions. Do you believe in a certain sense that the Me Too movement in the Malayalam film industry has now spiraled, emboldening many others to come and speak about what has so far been the elephant in the room?
Absolutely, because it is after the Hema committee report that the debate once again started about the kind of harassment that's happening, and for the first time we saw a government appointed commission headed by a justice and also having an IAS officer and a very senior artist, national award-winning artist Charda, part of the panel, Valsar Kumari, IAS officer, and the contents of that report is something that resonated with the industry across. So while there were instances that have been mentioned in the Hema commission report what everyone started seeing was the parallels that were there in other industries. For instance, this young choreographer has not actually complained about sexual harassment, even though she has gone through a very, very traumatic experience, even when she was a minor, and that continued for several years. And it is only when she left this particular master's group and started her own work that she stopped getting work, and there was harassment. And subsequently, this has come out. When we spoke to Radhika Sharath Kumar in Chennai as well, she spoke about several instances where that kind of harassment, someone as senior as her has come, and it has come to her notice, and she spoke about how when women are changing in dressing rooms, and that becomes a matter of joke. In fact, after this young choreographer's complaint that has come, there is a video that's doing the round that's gone viral in a dance show where should I say, innuendo is being done about what kind of a sexual life this dance master has, and it has all been made into a joke as though it is something that is acceptable to talk about or laugh about or joke about. So the debate about taking this seriously certainly coming with the Hema committee report, and slowly we are seeing actors in Karnataka or in even Tamil Nadu or of course now Tollywood coming forward, not just the actors but several other people related to the industry, the technicians, the choreographers, beginning to talk about the issues of harassment that they face, and the fact that there are structural issues here. There are no internal committees that film production units are able to have, and therefore they are looking to perhaps what the Kerala model could be, where they're talking about bringing in a law that will create a statutory body where these film-related complaints can go. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Uma, for joining us with all those latest updates. We will keep coming back to you for more updates on this big developing story. All right, well, moving on now, voting in the first phase of the assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir is underway, with ballot being cast in 24 of the state's 90 constituencies. This is the first of the 3 phases of elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Voter turnout of 11.1% has been recorded till 9 a.m. That's what the latest data, in fact, does suggest. It's 11 a.m. now, so we're expecting to get the next voter turnout data as well, because the next one is expected to come out now. But this, remember, is the first assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir since 2014, and it's the first since the removal of Article 370, which in fact gave the erstwhile state a special category status in 2019. This is also the first time that Jammu and Kashmir will see an assembly election as a union territory. When Article 370 was abrogated, remember, the state was divided into union territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. So phase 1 of Jammu and Kashmir polls is in fact underway, the battle for 24 key seats. Voting is also taking place in Kulgam and Pulwama today, and polling is of course also taking place in the shadow of the recent rise in terror attacks in these areas. The results of this election, remember, will be declared on the 8th of October. That's of course going to be the day of the results. Now, statehood of course continues to be a big issue as far as these elections are concerned. Its restoration has been promised by the BJP, including by Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, as well as the Congress and the NC, which are contesting this poll in an alliance. Mehbooba Mufti's PDP, of course, is a big player, as is Abdul Ghani Lone's People's Party, Ghulam Nabi Azad's Democratic Progressive Azad Party, and Altaf Bukhari's Apni Party. Interesting developments, of course, taking place with the entry in these elections of the band Jamaat-e-Islami, which is also backing some candidates. So this, of course, is the big development story. Before we move on, just a quick word on also the fact that polling is being held in Pulwama, in Shopian, in Kulgam, Anantnag, Kishtwar, Doda, Ramban and Banihal areas. 8 of the constituencies are in Jammu and 16 in the Kashmir Valley. Let's listen in to the reactions.
हम तो ये उम्मीद करेंगे कि जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस का गठबंधन है, जिसमें सीपीएम का भी एक उम्मीदवार मिलके हमारे साथ इलेक्शन लड़ रहा है, वोट जो हैं हमारे उम्मीदवार को पड़ेंगे, लेकिन फ़ैसला तो वोटरों ने करना है। हमने अपनी तरफ से कोशिश की कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर को लेके आगे 5 साल के लिए हमारा एजेंडा है, उसको हम लोगों तक पहुंचाएं, वोटरों तक पहुंचाएं, और जहां तक हो सके हमने किया है। बाकी देखें क्या होता है। अब इन चुनावों की अहमियत तो मतलब जितनी उस पर बात करें कम है। पहले तो जैसे आपने कहा 10 साल के बाद, उसके बाद ये मतलब 10 साल तो चलिए बीत गए, लेकिन इन 10 साल के अरसे में बहुत कुछ बदला। जम्मू कश्मीर के 2 हिस्से हुए, लद्दाख हमसे अलग किया गया, यूटी का दर्जा हमें दिया गया, इस बात के बावजूद कि हमें समझ नहीं आता उसका फ़ायदा क्या मिला हमें। 5 अगस्त 2019 जो जम्मू के साथ हुआ, जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ, वो हम भूले नहीं। तो हर लिहाज से देखें तो ये चुनाव अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
Pulwama has been stigmatized. There's a huge stereotype to the image of Pulwama from last 6-7 years, as if everybody here is an anti-national, terrorist, militant, OGW. This is an election for us to reclaim the image of Pulwama, the youth of Pulwama, the people of Pulwama, and we are optimistic, we are hopeful with the response of campaign. So we want to, we want people to come out and have a huge participation in this election and vote for peace, progress, development and dignity of Jammu and Kashmir.
यही अपील है फर्स्ट मेरी तरफ से वोटर्स से, जहां भी आज वोट डाले जा रहे हैं फर्स्ट फेज़ में, कि निकल आए, वोट अपना इस्तेमाल कर लें, वोट डालें। ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे लिए, पूरे आवाम के लिए, और इसका भरपूर इस्तेमाल किया जाना चाहिए। और दूसरी गुजारिश मेरी यही है कि अमन व अमान कायम रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है, और इसमें कौन जीते कौन हारे वो अवाम आपने ही फैसला करना है, अवाम ने फैसला करना है। तो इस वजह से अमन से कायदे के मुताबिक जो भी आपका हक बनता है उसका इस्तेमाल कर लें।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जो है वो जम्मू कश्मीर में बनेगी, और ये जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पीडीपी और कांग्रेस का ये जो गठबंधन की सरकार है, ये ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखर जाएगी। जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता जो है वो अमन चाहती है, चैन चाहती है, सुख चैन चाहती है, और यहाँ के विकास की रणनीति को अपनाएगी, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो है वो जीत जो है वो निश्चित है। आतंकवाद बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है, और काफ़ी हद तक आतंकवाद जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ख़त्म कर दिया है, लेकिन ये नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस वाले जो हैं, इन्होंने हमेशा समाज को तोड़ने की बातें की है, समाज को बांटने की बातें की हैं, और आगे जो है इनका पत्ता साफ होने वाला है। और आतंकवाद भी ये दिए की तरह है जो बुझने से पहले फड़फड़ा रहा है, और बहुत जल्द जम्मू कश्मीर आतंकवाद मुक्त होगा।
All right, and joining me on the broadcast, Nazir Masoodi. Nazir, you've been reporting from the ground since the wee hours of the morning. Very heartening to see the queues behind you, I must say. It was about an 11% voter turnout till 9 a.m. We're expecting the figures from the Election Commission soon. But what's it looking like? Where are you, and what's the mood on the ground?
Well, if the voting percentage goes like this and continues like this, it's expected to break all the records. And since morning, as you mentioned, in the first 2 hours, it was 11% voting. In some place, I know in first 4 hours, it has crossed 25%. It is really a celebration of democracy. Despite apple harvesting season here in Pulwama, people are actually coming out in large numbers to cast their vote. You can just see these queues, these lines tell you the story that all these people have been waiting for their turn to cast the vote, and they will decide the fate of 219 candidates. 40% of them are independents. It's not, while many people are saying, parties saying, look, it is being done, independents are being fielded to divide the vote. But let me remind everybody that in 2008, the number of independents was much higher than it is today. So this is the kind of, situation here. Large number of people coming out to vote here. Let me talk to the youth of this. Abdai, can you tell me what are the issues of this election?
Issues तो सर बहुत सारे हैं, डेवलपमेंट का है, नौकरी का है, और सबसे बड़ा जो है धारा 370, वो सबसे बड़ा इशू कि धारा 370 है।
But that is gone now.
सर गॉन मतलब सुप्रीम कोर्ट, अगर आप देखेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इससे पहले 3 जजमेंट्स दी है कि धारा 370 जो है ये लीगल है। अब एक जजमेंट आई है, तो एक जजमेंट के भरोसे पे हम तीन जजमेंट्स को नहीं बोल सकते।
आप बताएं क्या इश्यूज हैं?
मेरे लिए जो जहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा जो इशू है वो डेवलपमेंट का है, प्रॉस्पेरिटी का है, सिक्योरिटी का है, वो सेफ्टी का है। वो सबसे बड़ी बात जो डिग्निटी है, कश्मीरी जो लोग हैं अपनी डिग्निटी के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं।
So you say this is a vote for dignity?
This is a vote for dignity. This is a vote for development. And अब रही बात 370 की, there is still hopes. तो होप तक भी खत्म नहीं हुए हैं, देखते हैं क्या होता है।
उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है। But the fact is that political parties have talked about, as I speak to every voter, they are saying jobs and jobs. What is the main issue? You know, you people have been busy in apple harvesting today, but you took time out and came here and voted.
This all is because of 370 जो मैंने आप अभी बोला था.
ये अलग का था where people.
2014 में भी इलेक्शन हुआ, इतनी बड़ी लाइनें नहीं हुआ करती थी.
I know that this area used to be a boycott area, largely this Pulwama area, but this time no fear of violence, gun culture.
That's what I'm saying. This time people come out to their homes because of the dignity. They want prosperity, they want safety, and most importantly, they want their bright future. We are voting for bright future. उनका भविष्य कहाँ पे है? क्योंकि पीछे जो हुआ उसका रिजल्ट तो लोगों ने देखा.
So these people are talking about 370, which actually the regional parties, particularly the National Conference, has made it, and also PDP made it a part of their manifesto, which is the restoration of 370. BJP is asking, wo kaise hoga? It has to be done by the central government, by the parliament, and also the statehood is the central to every party's, manifesto. While BJP has not made the restoration of statehood as part of its manifesto, they have been repeatedly saying, including the Prime Minister has talked about multiple times, that after election, statehood of Jammu and Kashmir will be restored. In this election, the youth are going to play key role in this election to decide the fate of candidates, because 30% of voters are less than the age of 29 years, which means they are voting for the first time in assembly elections, since the assembly elections are taking place after a gap of 10 years, and it is the first election under Union territory. It is the first election after abrogation of 370. We'll have to do what people would decide, but one thing is there, it is a victory of democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, as people will decide the fate of 19 candidates in the first phase of assembly elections here.
All right, thanks very much, Nazir, for joining us. One sincerely hopes that the celebration of democracy continues through the course of the day and the remaining phases in Jammu and Kashmir, with more and more people feeling empowered to come out and cast their mandate. We're going to keep coming back to you for more updates on this big developing story. So that, of course, is the big story coming out of Jammu and Kashmir, with democracy playing out the way it has. We're hoping that the voter turnout only increases as the day goes by. Let's shift our focus now to more election news, this time from Maharashtra. Well, the polls haven't been announced, but remember, elections are slated to take place in November this year. And while we await the Election Commission to officially notify the polls, the Mahavikas Aghadi is in a huddle today to discuss seat sharing. The focus we're given to understand is going to be on the seats in Mumbai. Let's go right across to Radhika Ramaswamy joining us live with the very latest. Radhika, the seat sharing, as far as both camps are concerned, whether it's the Mahayuti or the Mahavikas Aghadi, is the sticking point between the political parties. There's always a pull and tug to keep interests in mind. The MVA is in a crucial huddle. What more can you tell us at the moment?
Absolutely. Seats a sticking point as far as both MV and Mahayuti are concerned. We saw it during Lok Sabha elections, and there is once again a repeat ahead of assembly elections as well. Discussions, deliberations happening as far as both Mahayuti and MV are concerned. Today, MVA is planning a meeting. It's going to be a 3-day meet, and Sanjay Raut of Sena confirming that there will be a finality as far as seats are concerned. We know for a fact that Congress is vying for maximum seats. Congress wants about 135 seats, simply because it did play a big brother in the Lok Sabha elections. It had won maximum seats. If you look at the entire MVA equations, of course, MVA itself put a stellar performance. 30 out of 48 seats is what it won. So Congress wanting close to 135 seats. Sena also looking at similar number of seats, and NCP about 80 to 100 seats. How they will come to a consensus, that remains to be seen. Focus for the next couple of days will be on Mumbai seats. There are 36 assembly seats in Mumbai. Sena wanting the maximum number of seats. Sena has asked for 20 seats. Congress looking at similar numbers, but there's going to be disputes and bickering over seats for sure. But will it be sorted soon? That's the big question. And there is also contention, bone of contention as far as chief ministerial phase is concerned. We are hearing that there is disagreement over it, but Uddhav Thackeray is saying that he's not interested in the post and he will be willing to back whichever candidate his alliance partners consider. Now, what the seat decision will be on, which are the candidates who will be selected, what the equation will be, what the formula will be. Winnability is a factor, merit is a factor, track record is a factor, is what all the leaders are saying. But how long it will take for them to decide and come to a consensus, that remains to be seen. Highly unlikely if they will come to a consensus in the next 3 days, but we'll wait and watch out for the big decisions
Yes.
that we made post the meeting.
And Radhika, the other interesting facet of this election vis-a-vis the Lok Sabha election, of course, is going to be who will finally be the head of the pack, because at least Lok Sabha election, the seat sharing agreement that the parties were coming together, it was for a central election. But in this time around, there's also been very interesting posturing as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, with him coming to meet the Gandhis or trying to position himself for the top job ahead of the polls. Is that going to be palatable to the alliance partners is also going to be a big question. What are you picking up on that?
Absolutely, that is going to be a bone of contention. There was something part of discussions in multiple meetings in the past as well. Uddhav Thackeray wanted to be the chief minister, wants to be the chief minister, is the, the talk that we heard, are the murmurs that we heard. But Uddhav Thackeray coming out of the open and saying that he's not interested in the post. He was not interested in the post in the past as well. However, he will back whichever candidate Sharad Pawar or Nana Patole will pick. This is something he has said. There is, sort of conflict between Congress and Sena also as far as chief ministerial face is concerned. Many names, being thrown around. But Uddhav Thackeray making it very clear that there is no dispute or disagreement over chief ministerial face, and he wants a chief ministerial face to be picked ahead of elections. But as far as
Yes.
NCP and Congress are concerned, they feel that that's not the priority now. That can be picked post-election. So
Okay.
yes, it is going to be a sticking point for sure as elections approach. But there are going to be many points of disagreement as far as both Mahayuti and MVA go.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see, how they manage to pull the flock together, because, like Radhika is saying, even when to declare the chief ministerial face, forget who to declare, is currently a topic of contention. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out, given the stakeholders and given the reordering that Maharashtra politics has seen in the last couple of years. Thanks very much, Radhika. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. Let's shift our focus now from Maharashtra to Haryana. Well, the BJP and the Congress are locked in a direct contest in Haryana. Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party has also fielded candidates across the state after the India bloc failed to stitch together an alliance ahead of the assembly elections. Poll manifestos now will be out today. The BJP and the Congress, gearing up for the Haryana polls, will both be releasing their poll manifestos. So what is it that the parties are taking to the people ahead of polling day is going to be out in the public domain. The BJP, of course, has exuded confidence that they are going to win this hat-trick election in Haryana, but the Congress is banking on the anti-incumbency and also banking on the fact that they did indeed perform well as far as the Lok Sabha elections is concerned. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Gurpreet joins us with the very latest. Gurpreet, you've been covering, the details of this story. You've been traveling the length and breadth of Haryana to understand what really is happening on the ground. But the manifestos are going to be very interesting, given the fact that there are a whole host of issues that have dominated this election: agrarian distress, farmers' demands, all of that believed to have worked against the BJP. If you look at the Lok Sabha result, what is the big sort of, announcements that both parties are likely to make today?
Well, if we can talk about the Congress, we have seen the Congress is trying to encash the anti-incumbency against the government, whether it's the unemployment, that is one of the main political issue in the state of Haryana. At the same time, law and order, they are also putting a lot of question mark. Somewhere down the lane, the government is not able to control law and order situation on the ground. At the same time, we have seen the farmers issue. They are also trying to encash all the farmer issues so that they will be able to woo the farmers and special section of this society. So as of now, what we can understand, the Congress is trying to concentrate on three aspects in the manifesto. One is very clear. They are trying to give assurance to the youth that they are going to create employment generation in Haryana when they come into power. At the same time, they are also giving a lot of assurance for the farmer issues, whether it's MSP or something else, because we have seen one side, the Haryana government has been claiming they had already given MSP to all the crops. Now they are trying to counter this MSP which has been given by the state government, and they are trying to bring new policy in this manifesto so that they will be able to allure a section of the farmers. At the same time, law and order, that is one of the major concern in the state of Haryana. One side we have seen the Haryana government, they are also trying to put all these things before the public, saying they were able to keep the law and order intact, but somewhere down the lane it seems the Congress is trying to make it a big political issue so that every section should be affected with this law and order situation. At the same time, one more point which we have learned from the sources also, that wrestlers the issue. We have seen Vinesh Fogart, she has already joined the Congress and she is one of the candidate from the Congress party. She is contesting from Julana. Now they are also trying to encash these cards also in this manifesto. So let's wait for the manifesto when they are going to release it. After that, there will be more clarity, but education, health, that is the main priority of the Congress, so that they will be able to bank on all the anti-incumbency which they have realized during the campaign, and they have contacted a lot of people in the various constituencies so that they will be able to give a balanced manifesto, and all the sections of the society, they will be able to find out some solution of their problem in this manifesto. So let's wait, because once they are going to make announcement, after that the things will be more clear that what type of manifesto they are bringing for the people of Haryana. Back to studio.
All right, thanks very much Gurpreet for joining us, laying it out for what it is. As far as the Congress is concerned, they are banking on the anti-incumbency, and the BJP, of course, hoping for that hat-trick term. It's going to be very interesting to see what the manifestos of both parties really take to the people today. Let's shift our focus now to breaking news that is coming in the land for jobs scam. Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family have been summoned, but for the first time, the Delhi court has also issued summons to Tej Pratap. He's been summoned on the 7th of October. Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has issued summons not just to Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, Tejasvi Yadav and other accused in the Job for Land money laundering case, but the court has also sent summons to Akhileshwar Singh as well as wife Kiran Devi. The court has also sent a summon for the first time to Tej Pratap Yadav's involvement, saying that his involvement also cannot be ruled out. Prabhakar joins us for the very latest. So Prabhakar, trouble mounts as far as the land for job scam is concerned. The Delhi court issuing summons to Lalu Yadav, Tejasvi and Tej Pratap at the moment. What more details of the scam can you share with our viewers? Put this entire story in context, and therefore, how significant are these summons?
Yeah, see, this land for scam, this land for job scam actually continues to haunt the Lalu family, and we have seen Lalu was sent behind bar in this particular case. He was put in Ranchi's Hotwar jail, and he has served and is out on bail. Remember, this land for job scam happened when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister, and there were allegations against him that he gave out the railway jobs to people who actually gave their ancestral land to him and to his family members. So that is what this entire scam is all about. Now, Lalu Prasad Yadav is out on bail. In this particular scam, Tejasvi Yadav is also accused, but for the first time we are seeing Tej Pratap Yadav also being summoned by the court. So it's a trouble mounting for the Lalu family, especially in context to Bihar, and especially the elections which would happen the next year. So 2025 is the year when Bihar would go for polls, and before the state goes for poll, if the main opposition party leaders are actually summoned by court, and if they are actually booked under this particular scam, then it would mean greater trouble for RJD, the political party, which is the main opposition out here. This scam is being investigated not only by CBI, but the ED is also into it, and they have been investigating the money part of it. But the CBI is the main investigating authority as far as this particular scam is concerned.
All right. Well, it remains to be seen what really happens as far as the investigation going forward is concerned, Prabhakar. But the Delhi court issuing summons to, all the members of Lalu Prasad Yadav's family, both his sons Tejasvi and Tej Pratap, have also been issued summons. It's like you said, a case that continues to haunt them. The ED filed a supplementary charge sheet against 11 accused on the 6th of August. And the Rouse Avenue Court has asked them now to appear on the 7th of October. There's a parallel CBI probe that is also underway. Thanks very much for the latest. And moving on now, 7 people have been rescued in a dramatic building collapse that's been reported in the Karol Bagh area of the national capital. A few people are still feared to be trapped. Fire department vehicles have in fact rushed to the spot in order for rescue and relief operations to take place. There has been an incessant spell of sporadic rain over the course of the last 48 hours in the national capital, and now building there has in fact collapsed. 7 people have been rescued so far, but rescue operations are still underway, as you can see on your screens, with several people who are still believed to be trapped in the debris. And amid growing child safety concerns online, social media platform Instagram has now come up with new safety norms for teens. These new teen accounts will have a special privacy control. There's also a restrictive sensitive content setting by default. Teens can be tagged or mentioned only by people they follow. This, of course, is an anti-bullying feature for teens, as well as and Instagram is also going to be notifying teens in order to be able to close the app after 60 minutes of use. So several restrictions there coming into place as far as Instagram is concerned. What are some of these restrictions and how are they going to play out? Arun Singh with the details.
Instagram has come up with some special features of these teen accounts. First of all of these accounts will be private accounts by default. Then there'll be some messaging restrictions. Teens will be placed in the strictest messaging settings is what Instagram claims. But then there'll be some sensitive content restrictions as well. Now, there would be some kind of content which might not violate the content policy of Instagram, but it would still be sexually suggestive. So in those cases, Instagram will automatically restrict it for these teen accounts. And then there'll be limited interactions as well. Teens can only be tagged or mentioned by people they follow. I think this is a very interesting point. And automatically, Instagram will also be hiding words which might be offensive for teens, for young minds. And then very importantly, there'll be time limit reminders. Now remember, these reminders are also for us as well. I mean, we can also put these on app limits or on Instagram itself. But for teens, they'll get notification telling them to leave the app after 60 minutes each day, and then there'll be sleep mode. Now, this is something which is there for adults as well, which is called the quiet mode. And then you have sleep mode for teenagers here, where it will be turned on between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. So that's one aspect of it. But then there is a stricter version of it, which is the supervision, which I am tagging it as stricter, because in this one, parents will be able to supervise their teens' accounts. Now, why do I say that it's stricter? Because parents will get insights into who their teens are chatting with. Now, while they can't read their teens' messages, but they'll still be able to monitor who they are chatting with. So this, I think, is a bit strict. And then they can also set daily time limits for them. And then they can decide how much time their teen can spend on Instagram each day.
All right, it's going to be very interesting to see how these safety features actually play out on the ground. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. We have a lot more lined up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I bet on myself. Yeah, 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 I bet on myself.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bust. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on
Welcome back. India has taken the leadership position in MSCI's gauge for emerging markets by topping China, which could attract foreign inflows into the country amid peak valuations. This was long anticipated given the narrowing gap between the two countries and the two countries' weight in the benchmark index since 2020. India is now the largest EM market as per MSCI IMI, which is the investable large, mid and small cap criteria, while China's weight has fallen by half since peaking in early 2021. This is according to a Morgan Stanley report that was recently released. Here are the details.
The weightage on the global index, India is now ahead of China at 2.35 versus China's 2.24 in terms of percentage weightage. US, of course, having a bulk of that, 60+%. Now, in terms of why this is so, one, India is now the 6th largest market globally. It's narrowly behind France at the moment. It's displaced China, of course, we spoke about that. India will continue to gain share, and that's because of the market outperformance we've seen. Especially since 2021, the outperformance between India and China has been very stark, and that is visible, and that's really what has impacted this particular move and this particular sort of favoritism that India has over China. It's also the liquidity in Indian markets. They far outweigh China. So one is, of course, your growth expectations much better in India. Second is the kind of market outperformance we've seen Indian markets do versus China. And third is the kind of liquidity we currently have and the interest in Indian markets. And those are three key factors which are actually helping India trump China in that sense. And therefore, Morgan Stanley more, or rather overweight India, underweight China on that count.
All right, well, moving on to the pager attack that was being used by members of Hezbollah, the Lebanese militant movement that has been fighting an undeclared war with Israel since October. The Israeli military now has not commented on the attack, which comes a day after it warned of a tougher stance against Hezbollah, stoking fears of a broader conflict at a time when Israel sees an opportunity to decapitate Hezbollah's capabilities. Reports suggest that Israel's spy agency, the Mossad, planned explosives inside pagers. U.S. officials say that there is no U.S. involvement in this. Remember, at least 9 people have died in this attack and thousands of people have in fact been injured. The significance of the attack quickly became clear when pagers were being used by members of Hezbollah, the Lebanese militant unit that has been fighting this war, and those pagers, of course, went off in a coordinated style attack.
I support Israel's ability to defend itself, and I support the need for Palestinians to have dignity, self-determination, and security.
We are gathering information on this incident. I can tell you that the U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. was not aware of this incident in advance, and at this point, we're gathering information.
All right, so this, of course, is the big story that we are, in fact, tracking for you in terms of this attack that has taken place, a coordinated attack that has taken place against the Hezbollah. Of course, the pager bombs that targeted Hezbollah in Lebanon in this very coordinated attack. It's not yet fully known how exactly the pagers were made to explode, but hundreds of pagers that are used by Hezbollah members, remember, exploded across Lebanon in a coordinated attack, killing at least 7 people and wounding thousands of other people. Now, these are, of course, believed to have been carried out by the Iran-backed militant group that has blamed Israel for the attack. There's no comment that has taken place so far from the Israeli military. Let's go right across to Mohammad Ghazali joining us with the very latest. Ghazali, the Mossad, believed to be behind these coordinated pager attacks that have in fact taken place. Couple of questions. First, of course, if you can break down for our viewers what exactly happened, how did these pager-style attacks go through, and the second question, of course, is who is to blame and what really is the larger politics that is being played out about it?
See, how did it happen? Perhaps if the reports are to be believed, Hezbollah was to receive a consignment of around 3,000 to 5,000 pagers. As per the reports, these are Taiwanese company manufactured pagers, but that company has now refused, saying that we have not manufactured these pagers, but these pagers were manufactured in Europe, but the company which manufactured it used our brand name. Now, beyond that, there is no official comment from this company, which is based in Taiwan and which is being named in every report that perhaps they were the manufacturers of these pagers. Now, how did this happen? Perhaps before this consignment was to be delivered to Hezbollah, Israel managed to breach the consignment and planted explosive devices, and on all the on the pagers, perhaps 3 grams of explosives were put on it, and later, due to hacking of communication channels in Lebanon, Israel managed to trigger this blast simultaneously across the country wherever these operatives were holding these pagers or were working on their pagers. Not just in Lebanon, reports also suggest that perhaps Hezbollah of workers who are based in Syria also were injured. Now, this is one of the massive security as well as intel failure for Hezbollah. And Hezbollah, as compared to Hamas, is much more organized. It has more ammunition, arms and ammunition and coordination with Iran, because there is no such blockade in and around Lebanon that Hezbollah can't receive any arms, ammunition, support or aid from any other country. So this is a massive failure for them. What works for Israel in this particular episode is that Israel has managed to identify all these handlers of Hezbollah who were even living in the civilian areas. So that's a massive achievement when it comes to tracking all the adversaries of Israel. You can see these Hezbollah operatives or people from Lebanon are now even uploading those visuals of people getting injured, who was using the pager, who is what. So the entire intel operation for Israel has worked in its favor. It has managed to identify a lot which it could not in the previous years, since Hezbollah had been launching rockets into Israel. In the wider context, US claims that it was not involved in this operation, but surprisingly this attack happened just hours after the US envoy to Middle East had left Israel after meeting Mr. Netanyahu, and he had also appealed Netanyahu not to escalate situation on the northern border with Hezbollah, because Israel can't afford to have a multi-front war. But not paying heed to that suggestion from US, Israel still went ahead. As of now, Israel never confirms or denies its involvement in any such attack in its neighborhood, be it in Syria, be it in Lebanon, or even in Gaza. But in this particular episode, Lebanese Health Ministry and many officials of Lebanese government have blamed Israel for escalating the situation and triggering this blast, this famous pager blast in Lebanon.
Well, absolutely. The infamous blast, really, where 9 people have been killed. But, this is also once again triggered fears, I beg your pardon, of a retaliation, because, the Hezbollah has vowed that they will retaliate. And what does that really mean, Ghazali, for the larger geopolitical scenario, the security situation in the Middle East? All of those are larger questions that will need to be answered. Thanks very much for joining us with all the latest on this big developing story. Let's now shift our focus. Well, there is more news that is coming in of a Congress versus BJP protest that is playing out in the national capital. Amid a row over Rahul Gandhi's remarks, BJP leader made objectionable comments. The Congress is now protesting against the BJP in the national capital. The controversy, of course, is spiraling after Rahul Gandhi's controversial remarks in the United States, where he slammed the BJP on more occasions than one. Rahul Gandhi's remarks on Sikhs as well. Now, it is the BJP that has made counter remarks, and now a protest that is spiraling on the streets of the national capital. Ishika, what really is happening as far as this protest is concerned? Who's protesting, where and why?
Well, we are currently present at the ITO, where in fact
The Congress is today holding a protest march towards the BJP headquarters. Let me first show you the visuals here. You can see that the Delhi Congress workers are in fact gathered here in large numbers, raising slogans against the BJP leaders. Remember that today the protest of the Congress is over the remarks that were made by several of the BJP Sikh leaders against Rahul Gandhi. And today on that, the Congress is not just holding a protest, they've also lodged a complaint. आज आप यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, आज आप यहाँ पर ये क्या कहते हैं प्लाकार्ड भी लेकर आए हैं, क्या मैसेज है, क्यों कर रहे हैं?
I think this is the black day for the political scenario in India, what has happened. And this shows the sick mentality of BJP, what Narendra Modi ji and his party is doing with the country. Rahul Gandhi is the person who has been elected by the public. He is the leader of the opposition and a respected person in India. And the way BJP leaders, they are speaking against Rahul Gandhi, this shows their mentality. Exact thing we are saying since very long, that BJP has a sick mentality, they doesn't love the country. What kind of a language they are using for the leader of the opposition of this country?
So what kind of a language are they using? आज इसके लिए आज आप प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, कहाँ तक जाने का प्लान है?
बीजेपी मुख्यालय तक जाने का प्रोग्राम है और जो ये मोदी सरकार के अंदर बैठे हुए जो उनके नेता हैं उन लोगों की बयानबाजी जो घटिया बयानबाजी उसके लिए हम प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और जो सरदार बिट्टू जी हैं उन्होंने बहुत एक घटिया ही बयान दिया है उनकी दादी के लिए जो कहा है कि जो राहुल जी आपकी दादी के साथ हुआ वो आपके साथ हो सकता है, ये बहुत ही निंदनीय बयान है। इसके लिए हम बहुत उनसे अफसोस भी और हम मुख्यालय तक पहुंचेंगे।
So what are you demanding now from the BJP?
We are demanding the apology and secondly the FIR. We are demanding to register an FIR. And different leaders in different states have already launched the FIR. Our leader Ajay Makhanji, who's the treasurer, he went to the police station today morning with the lawyers and he has requested to register the FIR. We are demanding that all these leaders should be sacked immediately. Navneet Singh Bittu, who was an ex-congressman, and Rahul Gandhi has given him everything, whatever he has demanded. He was the Youth Congress president, he was made the member of parliament. And now, coming to the BJP, the Chatukarita, what he's doing, now he's saying things against Rahul Gandhi, he's saying that he's a terrorist. Mr. Navneet Singh Bittu, what the language you are saying, that is the language of BJP and that shows your mentality. We demand his resignation. He should be sacked from the ministry immediately.
So as you heard, here the Congress, workers and the leaders here, they demand that action should be taken against all of these BJP leaders and they are also demanding a public apology. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Ishika, for joining us with the latest. Samart by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement and supported by many corporates across the country. Here's one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological years. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs, because you have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum.
Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedant Kejriwal. Coming up on the show, well, our special focus on now a Telugu film choreographer being sacked by the film chambers of the state. Ripple effect of the Mollywood Me Too movement being felt across states. We'll get you all the latest on that. First up, the headlines. The Me Too moment in Telangana. The Telugu film body removes noted choreographer over sexual assault charges. A sexual assault complaint was registered against choreographer Johnny Master. Battle for 24 seats in Jammu and Kashmir is the first assembly election in J&K in a decade. Long queues at polling booths but slow-paced voting as some voters complain. This is over 20% voter turnout has been reported in Jammu and Kashmir till 11 a.m. The Maharashtra Mahavikas Aghadi in a huddle ahead of the Maharashtra polls. The meet to discuss seat sharing pact and also the focus on Mumbai seats. This, as the Mahayuti says, their seat sharing is finalized. The battle for Haryana intensifies. The BJP and the Congress set to release their manifestos today. And India has displaced China as the world's largest MSCI EM market. As one of the end of August, India is now in pole position across equity markets. The Lebanon pager explosions, 9 people have died and over 3,000 people have been injured. Military outfit Hezbollah says their camps have been targeted in Lebanon. Meanwhile, Iran says it was Israel which planted explosives in 5,000 pagers. And our lead story this afternoon, well, the Me Too movement now spreading its tentacles to other industries of South India after, of course, a Mollywood Me Too movement. In fact, now in Telangana, a prominent choreographer has been sacked by the film chambers or a key film body. Remember, there was a sexual assault complaint registered against prominent choreographer Jani Master, and he has been suspended from the film chambers. Somehow similar to what happened in Mollywood as well in the Kerala film industry, with key players being suspended from Amma, which is among the top film bodies as well. So clearly the Me Too movement spreading its tentacles to other film industries, given the fact that this is a problem, the casting couch problem that persists across industries. My colleague Uma Sudhir has more details.
So this complaint from this choreographer came a little while ago. In fact, it came as in some other form is what we are being told. It was some other seniors in the industry were alerted to this young choreographer not being able to get work, that even though she had paid up the money of about 6.5 lakh rupees to be part of the union of choreographers, she was not being given support by the union, and that's what had first come to light. And subsequently, when some seniors inquired, that is when they realized that there's a sordid story of harassment, abuse of this girl over several years. And what we understand from the FIR that we had reported about a couple of days ago is that this young choreographer was working as an assistant director with Jani Master, who is a very well-known choreographer. To his credit, several big films, Ala Vaikunta Pramulo and also Pushpa and several others. He's worked with all the top stars, I must say, of this generation as a successful choreographer. And against him, she has put these allegations saying that since 2019, when she joined him, there have been repeated instances of sexual abuse and harassment as well. Subsequently, the Telugu Film Chambers of Commerce has in fact a panel, sexual harassment addressing panel, and that panel, redressal panel, and they had in fact spoken to the girl. They have taken a statement from the girl as well as from Jani Master, and the inquiry is still going on. They've come out with an interim report, but they are going to be coming out with a final report soon enough. And what they have also said is that since this girl is now only about 21, 22, and she is alleging harassment about 5 years ago when she would have actually been a minor, and therefore the POCSO sections would be followed, and therefore in this case they had asked her to go to the police and file an FIR. So today the police is expected to take a statement from this girl about what had transpired and in what ways she had been harassed by this Jani Master. The development also is that the Union of Choreographers, they have been asked to keep the post of president that Jani Master was occupying, that in abeyance, pending this probe that is happening by both the sexual harassment redressal panel as well as the police FIR that's been filed in this particular case. Even as this is happening, one more complaint has come up from an actress, Poonam Kaur,